Okay, welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into access restrictions to public lands and waterways. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present, celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures, connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mike Benasiak. I am Chair of the Committee. I asked everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I welcome and thank each witness for making the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting with you, Mr Dunnett, in present, state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Okay, my name is Gary Dunnett. I'm the CEO of the National Parks Association of New South Wales, and I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we have Ms Markravina and Mr Love online. Apologies if I butchered that last name. Can you state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation? You're just on mute.
I'm Deanna Markravina, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And I represent the Forest Ecology Alliance.
Thank you.
My full name is Lawrence Ashley Love. I'm more commonly known as Ashley Love. I'm a member of the Forest Ecology Alliance, and I swear the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And starting back with you, Mr Dunnett, would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Thank you. The National Parks Association made a substantial a written submission to the inquiry, and I'm not proposing to try and go through the details of that by any means, but there were just, I guess, three areas that we wanted to touch on in this initial statement. The first was that this was actually quite a difficult inquiry term to respond to, because there was a real lack of clarity around what the inquiry is actually aimed at, certainly in terms of our reading of it. And I guess the key thing is the title is about public access, but when we actually look at what's being scrutinised, it seemed to be much more around the activities that were permitted in various forms of public land. So we've taken the view in our submission that we needed to cover that broad range of activities and not just the access question. And the second point was that the list of what is suggested are public lands within the scope of the terms of reference, many of them aren't actually in any way related to tenure. So things like the term Aboriginal land, in some very specific purposes, there's a crossover between that and the public estate, but it's actually really limited. Most Aboriginal land is in fact freehold title of the same legal status as any other lands in New South Wales. Likewise, terms such as historic site. Historic site is a designation which is placed over a structure that has no impact in most circumstances on its tenure. And we've detailed the full list of those types of declarations or legal statuses that have nothing to do with land tenure. And our recommendation to the committee in that respect is that maybe a tighter framing would be around the Crown Estate rather than public land, rather than the very broad categories that are provided in the terms. In terms of that sort of, I guess, that broad Crown Estate, we have a number of principles that we would recommend that the committee consider. The first is to simply recognise that this is the state's major asset. Our land and waters are the state's major asset. and that the primary objective for all public lands and waters should be to maintain or improve their condition for the benefit of future generations. And what we mean by that is that this is not an open slaver arena, but rather recognition that we as a community have responsibility for maintaining the condition and ensuring that this asset that we hold collectively is maintained in its current condition for the benefit of the future. We also propose that any proposal to introduce new activities into specific forms of public lands must address the potential adverse impacts on the amenity and quiet enjoyment of the community, including existing visitors. That activities and access methods that adversely impact on the condition of public and lands and water should be prohibited. That activities and access methods that are contrary to the statutory objectives for specific classes of public lands and waters should be prohibited. And that in circumstances where potentially damaging activities or access are proposed, they should be subject to cost-benefit analysis and the application of user pay principles. In other words, if a party is going to, I don't use a party in the political term, in political sense, but in the community sense, if a party is going to gain a personal advantage from a public resource, the impact that they make has to be acquitted against appropriate recompense to the community. I'll leave my opening statement at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Martinova or Mr Love, do you want to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
So, Mr Banasiak, should either one of us, do we both have an opportunity to speak?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I hope mine isn't too long. You can stop me if you need to. So good morning and thank you for inviting us today. Forest Ecology Alliance members are citizen scientists, ecologists, wildlife carers and residents of Mid-North Coast. We volunteer our time to survey threatened species and engage with the community through forest advocacy, events, market stalls and a forest information hub. And we speak regularly with residents and visitors, including international tourists. We consistently hear from people who are not seeking high-impact recreation when they visit forests and waterways. They prefer to enhance their well-being, to observe flora and fauna, and to experience genuine connection with nature. Sadly, their serenity is increasingly disrupted by motorised recreation, including four-wheel drives, boats, jet skis, and drones. We are highly concerned that the scope of this inquiry risks further diminishing already limited recognition of First Nations voices and their enduring cultural, spiritual and custodial relationships with country. Yesterday, ABC News reported that national parks in New South Wales recorded approximately 65.5 million visits last year, noting that more people aged between 24 and 35 are now keen to spend time in nature. With more than 70% of New South Wales currently in the hands of private property owners, our shared responsibility to protect publicly owned land is more important now than ever. FEA members spend much of our time in state forests, and then we're hoping for them to be included in the proposed Great Koala National Park. In recent years, we've witnessed extensive landscape change and biodiversity loss associated with Forestry Corporation New South Wales industrial logging. This has had far-reaching effects on our social cohesion and resilience. For example, young children have watched beloved forest clear felled. Increasingly large areas of popular forest have been closed for lengthy periods, cutting off fire access, and residents have daily been subjected to heavy truck traffic on rural roads. While a logging moratorium now applies in some areas, logging continues in ecologically significant forests in this area and elsewhere in New South Wales. Increased mining exploration in forests such as Wild Cattle Creek is now a pressing concern. Ecosystems take decades to recover from disturbance such as this, if they recover at all. And when canopy is removed, invasive weeds and pest species rapidly establish. Roads and trails are often lined by weeds such as lantana or mothvine, and pathogens such as myrtle rust spread easily. Existing protections are definitely inadequate. and enforcement is limited. It is not uncommon to encounter illegal rubbish dumping, abandoned vehicles, and extensive off-road damage. In 2024, destruction of at least 13 critically endangered Newry golden wattle trees occurred when the driver of a bull bar equipped vehicle deliberately mowed down this fragile ecosystem. The 2024 New South Wales State of the Environment report indicated that it is now vital to address accelerating climate-driven biodiversity loss. On ground, we observe fewer species, increased fragmentation and declining ecosystem health. I did list my recommendations, and I just wanted to make a bit of an amendment to the ones that were listed on the paper you have in front of you, the submission in front of you. And I want to say the amendment is public land management must genuinely embed ongoing First Nations knowledge and practices. A Gumbaynggirr friend once told me, when you're in a forest, just be still and deeply listen to connect. We hope that the opportunity for all to enjoy quiet immersion in the soundscape of nature will always be possible, and that vulnerable public spaces will be offered stronger protection, not less.
Mr. Love, do you have anything additional to add?
Thank you. I made submission number 380 to the inquiry. I'm happy to take questions on that, but my primary role here, I understand, is support Ms. Markinova from the FEA, and in particular to speak to a number of points of observation of harmful behaviour included in her submission, in particularly to number 3, off-road vehicle damage to vegetation, soil in protected areas, and number 4, four-wheel drive use in waterways and on beaches, disturbing sensitive marine life and altering the hydrology. The impact of off-road vehicles on beaches has been extremely well documented, and I can speak to that a bit more if necessary. On the north coast of New South Wales, the state Labor government in 1980 attempted to establish what was close to a world-class network of coastal national parks, and expansions of those parks have gone on in the years since. Unfortunately, in the initial establishment period, a number of concessions were made in the negotiating process. One was to leave off those coastal parks the intertidal zone adjoining the ocean. That was left off in 1980. In 1995, the Labor Party promised to add it. Still in 2026, the intertidal zones have not been added to those parks, despite lobbying by many environment groups and promises by government. That's all I'd like to say in the introduction. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere, including other members that are also online. So I'm just looking for someone to open the batting order. Ms. Higginson?
I'm always ready to open
you are.
and bat. I might just go to you, Mr. Dunnett, first, if I can. In your submission, you discussed high environmental impact of access to unsealed roads, including the causal link between the use of unsealed roads, likely high levels of erosion, and then obviously in some places water pollution in some of these really important ecological areas. What kind of activities do you see or are you aware of that contribute to the overuse of unsealed roads?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. The reason why we were highlighting this issue is that obviously all of our public lands in New South Wales have a management trail network, which is predominantly used for fire management purposes, fire response purposes in particular. In some circumstances, that network is also available for broader public traffic. In the context of national parks, that occurs where they're actually listed as public roads. They just happen to be public roads that are unsealed. But in many circumstances, there is a deliberate decision that the cost to government of trying to maintain that huge network of unsealed tracks across our state would be increased by a huge margin if they were to become available as a resource for recreational four-wheel driving in particular and trail biking, simply on the basis that the unsealed nature of those roads means that each incidence of traffic across them deteriorates them and brings forward the maintenance cycle that needs to be applied to them. Ultimately, this is a question of how the state chooses to allocate its resources to maintain a critical access which has to be there in the circumstance of both basic operations, but in particular in terms of fire response. And we can't have a situation where the desire to, challenge oneself against that road network becomes a driver, and we all, it's to our collective detriment.
Mm. And you also proposed in your submission, which, obviously I disclose I would be a complete subscriber to this, but a new state park category be established to provide capacity for large-scale environmental restoration. How would this contribute, do you think, to our goal to expand the protected area network and also to facilitate this massive new kind of burgeoning area, which is this nature-based tourism recreation?
In New South Wales, the reserve categories we have are largely the classic, strictly conservation-focused IUCN-derived categories of National Park and Nature Reserve. Back in the 1990s, that was added to with a thing called regional parks, which were really about places that had both a higher recreational level, but for the most part, places that were declared as regional parks were in peri-urban circumstances where you provide a lot of picnicking infrastructure, essentially. With the exception of regional parks, all of our existing categories and our processes for acquiring land make the assumption that land already has the intrinsic values that justify it being declared as a protected area, as a conservation reserve. And those values are largely based on its biodiversity values expressed through fauna and flora. The problem with the current categories is that none of them really anticipates a situation we're now confronting where many lands that are needed to provide habitat connectivity, that are needed to provide some level of biodiversity conservation in severely cleared lands, severely cleared bioregions, they need restoration. They need really significant restoration, and it doesn't fit entirely comfortably within those existing categories of nature reserve and national park. Once restoration activities are undertaken, there's then a decision for government about whether those would shift into one of the longer standing categories. But I think the other attraction for state parks, as it's employed in other states within the Commonwealth, is that they do recognise that there are some circumstances where the existing level of disturbance is such that you can sustain a higher level of recreational activity, high intensity recreational activity than is necessarily appropriate in a national park or a nature reserve. So it's just about a way of giving us some options for both restoration, but also about those circumstances where the profile of the landscape historically sort of puts it in a somewhat different situation.
Thank you. And just I'll just have one more question, if it's okay, Chair, for Mr. Dunnett, and then I've got another question. And then
I'll throw to Mr. Barrett, who's indicating he's got some questions.
I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Dunnett, about targets for building the protected area network. For example, when we learnt yesterday that we've got 65.5 million visitors last year to our national park estate, and that clearly the increase in use in the area at the ages 24 to 35-year-olds, it clearly is something of a massive increase in use, and particularly we can see who's using the national park estate. Given our national park estate really is only 10% of the entire land mass, or around there, give or take a percentage, of New South Wales, and you compare it, say, to somewhere like Victoria, which is currently a much smaller state, but has something like 20% of its area, land and waters protected in the protected area network. Do you think that New South Wales, we should be looking at building and expanding the protected area network? And if so, is there any kind of suggestion on whether we should have targets for how big and how we do that?
Thank you. I think we've got two critical drivers for looking at building a larger, more robust protected area estate. One is, as you describe, around the fact that public land is actually something that the community can access, and what is demonstrated very clearly by not just this most recent survey, which provided the 65.5 million figure, but in fact it goes back to 2006 that these studies have been replicated, really tight methodology, and I think back in 2006 we were at about 38 million visits a year. We're now up to 65. To that needs to be added work that was done back in the early 2022 that looked at the economic contribution of all those park visits to regional economies, and suggested that in excess of $19 billion a year was coming into the New South Wales economy off the back of having those public lands, those national parks, publicly available. So there's clearly a case in terms of we have a model that provides for sustainable recreation, but there's also a whole range of ecological and environmental drivers. Australia as a nation has signed on to the what's termed the 30 by 30 agreement, which is a goal under the Global Biodiversity Framework. New South Wales is in the process of preparing a nature strategy, which our expectation is that it will provide firm guidelines to how this state is going to get to 30 by 30. Our view is that that target should apply to all bioregions across the state, not just to those where there's easy opportunities, and it's going to be difficult. That does sort of build into a restoration dynamic. 30 by 30 is not just, though, protected areas, national parks, it's also what's referred to as conserved areas. And I think one of the debates we haven't had in this state is what we expect to be the, if you like, the balance between protected and conserved areas. Conserved areas, as I say, being the private lands that are managed for conservation purposes. MPA's view is that an absolute minimum figure for the gold standard, which is the protected areas, must be at least 20% of the state. And I'd note that this is also in the context of an international movement for half for nature. So this isn't an outrageous ask. This is actually just looking at what we need to have as a life support system for our state and our nation.
Wonderful, thank you very much. If I can turn to you, Deanna Markovina, I'm just, when you, in your opening, you referred to visitors, and firstly I just want to acknowledge clearly you are on the ground interacting with people within our forest protected area network, and you're engaging with people and citizen science. When you referred in your opening statement to, there is this disturbance of the passive and traditional and recreational uses of the protected area network, could you, and that this is having a social impact both on existing communities living around the forest and the visitors, could you extrapolate a little bit in terms of what that lived experience looks like?
Well, it's very hard to put into words what we've been through in the mid-north coast in recent years with the extensive logging, industrialised logging that has come to us here. There have been, I would say, a very big part of it is the division it's caused within the community, where so many people who need each other in terms of flood and fire for resilience as small communities, and now, not on in such good terms, and it is actually increasing to some degree. We've watched our forests fall. I work every day, as you know, I'm out and about either in the forest or in the community, and very much so people come to me with their stories, and it's heartbreaking. There's nothing, sorry. Yes, we've. So yes, it's the losses in your backyard. People move to this region because they love green space. There has been an increased exodus from the city, especially after COVID, and they really want to ensure that they can have these spaces still. But they're going to the beaches more. The beaches are very crowded now with people walking each day for their recreation, and we're competing with four-wheel drive vehicles at an increasing rate because more and more people have access to those. Ashley can speak more about that. But yes, that changes that have occurred in a place that is traditionally a place of refuge for people from the city. Mid-North Coast is very much known as that. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Barrett?
Mr. Dunnett, I wonder if you could tell me, we talk about the impact that things are having on national parks. What would you say the state of national parks are at the moment when it comes to invasive species?
There's no question that invasive species are one of the, if not the major impact on natural landscapes across New South Wales and across all tenures. I guess the benefit we have in national parks is that there are staff actually engaged to undertake pest management regimes, and we've seen spectacular successes in those. I mean, I guess most notably the control of feral horses through Kosciuszko National Park over the last year has been an unheralded level of success in terms of bringing under control a species which was running rampant. But there's no question that pests and weeds are an invidious problem that need really substantial community investment. For the most part, pests and weeds follow disturbance, and so you have these edge effects which are associated with either natural or human-made historic disturbance. So if you consider, for instance, so many of the national parks on the North Coast, which are in fact areas that have been established over former sand mining and have ongoing challenges around things like bone seed control, which is a species that envelops coastal headlands. But what you've seen in places like Crowdy Bay National Park is actually successful programs to transition from a monoculture back into diverse ecosystems. So I think we have some serious successes in this state, but there's no questioning that it is a huge challenge.
You talk about the 30 by 30 target, this you're chasing 30%. That's Australia that's signed up to that. So we're actually closer to 22, 23% of that target.
Australia the signatories to the Global Biodiversity Framework are nation states. So you're absolutely correct that the 30 by 30 target applies at the national level. And you can conceive of a situation where we have a lot of desert conserved in Australia, and that ends up being everything. But the reality is that we have had a national reserve system under development in this country since 1879, when the first national park was declared in Royal National Park, and absolutely over the last 40 years when we've been working on the National Reserve System. And the absolute ironclad principle that sits under that National Reserve System is that we assess our achievements at the bioregional level. In other words, landscapes that can be considered to some extent like for like. So it's a meaningful apples for apples comparison, and New South Wales should not be sort of dragging on the coattails of the nation by saying, oh, well, we can't get to 30% because, we don't need to get to 30% because other states are doing more work. We need to make sure that we have effective conservation outcomes in all of our IBRA bioregions.
It seems a target to build that up at the moment, over the last few years in particular, has been to buy up country in Western New South Wales. Doesn't that point to just buying up country to reach that arbitrary target rather than targeting specific areas that should be and need to be protected?
Look, I've been involved in the New South Wales conservation movement for the last 35 years, and most of that time as an employee of national parks, in truth. And I have never seen a national park establishment plan that didn't highlight the fact that western bioregions are the most cleared in the state, and therefore they are the greatest priority to establish new parks. And what you see in those relatively recent large purchases in the west has been processes that have been underway for decades, and the New South Wales government acting simply within the marketplace of property availability. And they've taken those opportunities, yeah.
To one of the points in your submission where you say tourism across most New South Wales regions is largely, and in some regions almost entirely, dependent on the public's interest in visiting national parks. Have you got the stats to back that up?
I don't have the stats in front of me, but every piece of work that we've seen from Destination New South Wales emphasises the importance of the natural setting. And I just invite you to try and imagine a Blue Mountains that didn't actually include the natural landscape, or a south coast or a north coast. What would people be going for if it wasn't for the fact that they've had that opportunity to immerse themselves in nature? So,
I'm not disputing the benefits of those areas. I myself go to these areas and did in the last couple of weeks, but I think that statement undersells some of the other things in regional New South Wales. For instance, 15,000 people go to Monday for the music festival. To say that they're only going there for national parks, I think is slightly misleading.
Yeah, look,
incredibly misleading.
We're not trying to suggest that they're the only components of regional economies, but
so it does in here. This is what it says here.
65.5 million visits.
Entirely dependent on public interest in visiting national parks. I'm just trying to put some evidence around this statement.
Okay, well, maybe that was a poorly chose word entirely.
Early in your evidence, you said that national parks have the advantage in that they've got staff to manage pest animals. Advantage over what land tenure that doesn't have those staff?
Well, I think the most obvious one is the Crown Estate as managed by Crown Lands, where they're entirely dependent on Rural Lands Protection Board. But of course, those Crown lands aren't actually ratepayers, and so they're not prioritised for activities from Rural Lands Protection Boards. But that default category of Crown lands for our state is severely underdone in terms of resourcing to do anything. And look, this is significantly out of date, but the last time I looked at the figures, for instance, of the Crown land staff who were responsible for the intertidal protection zones in New South Wales, there was one for the Sydney to the Queensland border and another one for Sydney to the Victorian border. So they are incredibly stretched when you compare them to the quite substantial full-time equivalents that the state already invests in our protected area land management agency, which is NPWS.
And just finally, if I may, noting there's plenty of others on this call, have you got the evidence that suggests that when these lands in Western New South Wales are converted into national parks, that pig numbers are going down, goat numbers, boxthorn, etc., the management of them is improving when it's converted to national parks away from private ownership?
So all of our existing prior to the transfers that happened towards the end of the coalition government, there were a whole range of national parks in Western New South Wales, mostly at smaller scale than the large properties that came through recently. They all report through their pest management strategies on their successes in terms of feral species response. I'd suggest that you talk to the National Parks and Wildlife Service to get detailed figures on their control successes.
I'll leave it there, Chair, unless there's time at the end.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I might just throw a few questions to you, Mr. Love, and you, Ms. Markovina. In your submission and your opening statement, a lot of what you describe in terms of your concerns, dumping rubbish, vandalism, shooting wildlife illegally, these aren't grey areas. This is stuff that is already illegal. So is the issue enforcement and funding for enforcement rather than access for different types of recreation.
Yes, I did make reference to that, both in my recommendations and within the body of my submission, that it is definitely a matter of, and I've actually said increase investment in ranger presence and compliance monitoring. It's definitely important. There's a lot that goes unnoticed. There are very remote areas, so obviously a lot goes on, and it definitely, the money should come to them. Yes.
Sure. And just with that, in your submission, you've grouped different activities together, everything from bushwalking and swimming through to off-road driving and hunting as if they all sit in a similar category of impact. Obviously they don't, so should we be varying our approach based on what the actual impact is rather than arbitrarily grouping sets of activities and saying that they both have the same impact? Because clearly a family going for a walk is going to have a different impact to a family going for a four-wheel drive trip and then going for a walk. So are you advocating for varied impact or varied access based on the impact, or are you just looking to exclude activities that your group doesn't agree with?
No, obviously things are site specific, and obviously everything has to be assessed on merit. I have more faith that some of the protective laws of the past were looking towards, as they should, doing what they should. So yes, I absolutely, I've grouped them in that way. It was probably because I wrote 3 submissions in 1 week. So yes,
Fair
as
enough.
we all do. Yes.
Yeah. And just one more question from me. You raise concerns around thermal scopes leading to indiscriminate killing, but a lot of these thermal tools are actually used quite widely in regulated settings for targeted pest control. Have you got any evidence to suggest that licensed regulated hunters are actually misusing these thermal scopes in the way you described? Or where is this assertion coming from?
Well, as I said, we're in the forest. We do nocturnal surveys very regularly. And there are forests up here. The only forest that I know of in our area that has a current permit is Tamban. I may be incorrect. But yes, I have noticed people, and you hear gunshots. Definitely there are things going on in forests that should not be happening. But as far as the scopes, I'll give you a good example. We do citizen science. We're volunteers and we have no funding. So we possess one thermal scope to find threatened species, nocturnal surveys that cost us $700. But someone that I know, I prefer not to name, for recreational use, has purchased one for $15,000. So that's what we're up against.
That's not necessarily just because they spend $15,000 on a product.
Yes,
it doesn't assert that they're misusing it.
No.
Does it? What's the issue that they've got more discretionary money to spend on a scope for their activity than you do?
Well,
I'm just not understanding the argument.
Area, Mr. Banasiak, and it's very hard for me to give specific examples. But I'm just trying to understand your argument around you having a $700 scope versus someone that chooses to use the scope for a different purpose, spending more money. Obviously, there's a difference in quality between a $700 scope and a $15,000 scope. I know that. I use them, but I'm just not understanding what that has to do with concerns around access or concerns around impact on the forest. Well, it just widens basically there are more and more people with motorised vehicles and, highly technology has come a long way in recent years. And so more and more people are equipped to do this sort of activity, which it makes it very difficult for people who are in there for other purposes. As far as why the scopes are more problematic, I'll give you an example where a person said, and you, Mr. Bonansiak, you would have more information about this, but it was reported to me that an echidna has a similar thermal print as a small pig. So,
No.
You're saying that's wrong. The person who told me said that is exactly right. But, it's very difficult to, if there's a lot of people out there wanting to use their equipment. That's the bottom line.
So it's more about managing the access rather than excluding the access then, because obviously you're in there with that technology, they're in that technology. It's about managing the access rather than excluding it.
Yes, I agree that feral control is important. So I'm not in disagreement with you there. I just wish that there was more regulation, and I actually wish that national parks rangers would supervise every shooting event. Yeah.
In national parks.
Wherever, there's state forests that are open also.
Yeah, but they don't own that land, so why would national parks supervise that activity?
I own national parks because in our area, some of our state forests are about to be converted to national park. But yes, obviously, anyone who is able to supervise some of these hunting expeditions would be very much appreciated by people who appreciate conservation.
Okay. Miss Merton, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. If I could return, Gary, if I could just pick up your point, and I was just noticing, Gary, and I think my colleague mentioned this too, but just in terms of the new class of land being an A reserve category for large-scale restoration, I'm just wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit more about on that.
Sure. As I noted earlier, our existing reserve categories largely assume that lands have existing heritage, natural and cultural values. When we start to talk about restoration potential, we're more in a framework around the nature of the soils, the seed banks, the intactness of the hydrological systems, and their potential for recovery through time. And that's incredibly important when we start to think about some of the gaps in continuity and connectivity that we've got in the landscape now. So it's about anticipating situations where, to be blunt, you can be going from anything from major pest and weed control through to actually having to undertake significant areas of replanting. And I'm not talking about isolated sites within a new protected area. I'm talking about situations where to get anywhere near those 30 by 30 targets, we may need to be considering restoration at the scale of tens of thousands of hectares or even hundreds of thousands of hectares. So it's a quantum difference. And we're just suggesting that a new category, something like state parks, might give us a bit more flexibility than we have at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Mr. Dunnett, just further to that, and I think you may have made reference in the submission on this, but I'm just wondering how that would work with some of the access arrangements for recreation.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a presumption in a lot of the public discourse that access is in somehow prohibited in protected areas. And, the statistics that have been released overnight of the 65.5 million is sort of giving us an indication that's not the case. But also, if we actually look at what is permissible in national parks and state conservation areas and regional parks, it isn't just going in and walking, it's using all of the sealed road network, or in fact all of the public road network, not for motor vehicles, for mountain biking, for walking. It's accessing all of the waterways. It's rock sports. It's fishing. It's a whole range of recreational activities. And this idea that national parks in particular are more constrained than other lands is for the most part incorrect. That in fact it's really about how you configure the particular plan and management for a park and where you make specific provision for public access. But there's also an underlying assumption that in fact certain activities, and in particular the use of unregistered motorised vehicles, are in fact permitted in places other than national parks. And the reality is that, for instance, unregistered trail bikes cannot be ridden anywhere but on private land with landowners' consent. You can't use them in a state forest. A state forest is public land, and they're expressly prohibited from use in those state forests. But there's this presumption, or this view that it's okay in a state forest, but everyone knows that you can't do it in a national park. And so we have some blind spots here, some of which may be attributed to the level of enforcement activity, but also that we've set up this sort of idea that in some sense, national parks are limiting really basic access issues, basically being able to walk in or drive on the public road network, and that's just not the case.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it? Well, that takes us bang on to 11 o'clock, so timed perfectly. So thank you very much for both your time.
Thank you.
I don't believe you took anything on notice. You may have, but the committee may have supplementary questions for you, which the Secretariat will get to you with the time frame you didn't back to us. But thank you very much for your time today. Thank you. We'll now have a short break and return at 11:15.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back after that brief break. We now welcome our next set of witnesses. So starting with you, Ms. Titson on my left, can you state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yes, hello, good morning. My name is Janine Kitson and I'm the Vice President of Friends of Ku-ring-gai Environment, or sometimes we call ourselves Folk. And that's all I have to say about that. Now do the affirmation, is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Karen Benha. I'm a member of Better Planning Network. My affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Margaret Woods. I am a committee member of Friends of Narrabeen Lagoon Catchment Organisation. And my affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And
Hi, my name's Jackie Marlowe. I am the Vice President of Friends of Narrabeen Lagoon Catchment. My affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
thank you. And we'll now just invite you to either group to have a short opening statement. And I would just invite, if you feel more comfortable, to pull the microphone a bit closer. That way you don't have to feel like you're leaning into it.
Thank you.
Fine.
So,
Excuse me.
Chair. Yep.
Yep.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity for Friends of Ku-ring-gai's Environment Folk to give evidence at this upper house inquiry relating to the access to public lands and waterways. Folk is a community organisation dedicated to preserving the natural, built and cultural heritage of the Ku-ring-gai local government area. As such, Folk's submission focused predominantly on access restrictions in relation to public lands and waterways within the local government area of Ku-ring-gai. Folk puts the case that the New South Wales State of Environment 2024 report should be the key resource to advise on the appropriateness of accessing or restricting access on public lands and waterways in Ku-ring-gai and across New South Wales. Folk argues that access and restricting access to public open space can divide local communities. Folk argues that this competition will increase between diverse recreational groups, local neighbourhoods and environment groups as a consequence of the current New South Wales planning reforms that will add an additional 60,000 plus population to the LGA, which already has significant pressures on its public spaces. Already, Ku-ring-gai faces tension over the usage and access to its recreational areas, particularly ovals where there is conflict between artificial turf and versus natural turf solutions for playing fields, and where artificial turf removes access from local neighbourhoods to their local oval or park. Folk support sustainable geotourism and ecotourism to protect and restore Ku-ring-gai's unique and environmentally sensitive area. Folk supports tread lightly activities including bushwalking, birdwatching and cultural tours. Folk does not support activities that including commercial overdevelopment that may negatively impact on Ku-ring-gai's environmentally sensitive lands and waterways. Folk believes current consultation processes favour sporting groups above neighbourhood access and environmental concerns, including the contentious access to the Norman Griffith Oval at West Pymble and the North Turramurra Recreation Area. Folk opposes the introduction of any commercial or high intensity recreational and or economic activity that damages the environmental values of Ku-ring-gai's parks and reserves and its biodiversity. As such, shooting, unauthorised track construction, mining, privatisation and inappropriate commercial and sporting developments have no place in publicly owned parks and reserves. FOC reiterates its view that environmental protections must be increased to protect Ku-ring-gai's unique environmental sensitivity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity for Better Planning Network, or BPN as we are known, to give evidence to this Upper House inquiry into access restrictions to public lands and waterways. BPN is a statewide volunteer-based organisation committed to promoting best practice in planning. We'd like to note that in preparing our submission, BPN found it particularly challenging to address the terms of references due to the extraordinary complexity of public land use tenures that have their own specific legislation, objectives and other statutory requirements. BPN emphasises that national parks, marine parks and other conservation reserves exist to safeguard natural systems. They may be complemented by low impact or a tread lightly approach. However, high impact activities such as shooting, unauthorised track construction, mining and inappropriate commercial development should not be allowed. BPN calls for access decisions to be guided by the best available peer-reviewed scientific evidence. The ineffective performance of recreational hunting compared with supervised professional hunting programs has been highlighted by the Invasive Species Council. In South Australia, for example, one professional helicopter shooter shot more than 4 times as many deer in 4 hours as did 65 recreational hunters over 4 days. Managing access may require practical measures such as limiting visitor numbers or introducing permits or fees for certain activities to prevent overuse and protect environmental values. This adds to the costs of managing a national park. BPN is also concerned that consultation around access is often insufficient and does not reflect broad community input. In some cases, permitting access appears to favour high-intensity recreation and tourism interests at the expense of the general public's ability to enjoy quiet and low-impact use of natural areas. Public land management is complex and must be guided by scientific expertise, professional judgment and genuine community consultation, not by political or commercial interests. BPN considers that sensitive public lands, including national parks, marine parks, Crown land and state forests, should not be open to activities that risk environmental harm, such as mining, shooting, unauthorised track construction or inappropriate commercial development. Access decisions relating to public lands and waterways must prioritise environmental protection, particularly in the context of the climate crisis and biodiversity extinction crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Woods or Ms Marlow?
Margaret Woods. Our aim is to protect the catchment and Narrabeen Lagoon, and this includes Garigal National Park. I'm a committee member of a number of other organisations, including Pittwater Natural Heritage Association, AWRCC, and I volunteer with Sydney Wildlife Rescue working on the MCU, which provides veterinary treatment to wildlife. I've walked in the catchment and many other natural areas over many years. I'm often photographing wildlife and other aspects of nature. Each time I visit, I find something amazing. I share these photos on our Facebook page. I have donated my wildlife photos for use by various groups, including FONLC, PINHA, Taronga Zoo, Sydney Wildlife Rescue, RFS, Northern Beaches Council, and others. The environment in its natural state is important to all of us for our physical well-being and mental health. It should be enjoyed and protected and respected. The natural environment is already under stress. Many people enjoy the low-impact activities such as walking, running, hiking, birdwatching, cycling in areas close to existing infrastructure, and these should be preserved. We don't need to remove more bushland to allow a few to partake of high-impact activities. The maintenance, improvement and monitoring of existing trails by National Parks, Wildlife Service and Council should be better supported. Trails with exclusive use should require a permit and the upkeep paid for by users. Bushland areas provide for continuity and extension of core habitat within national parks. Surrounding natural areas sustain and contribute to biodiversity values in the national parks. Removing protections and opening areas to high impact activities will negatively impact the bushland and lead to loss of peace, tranquility and safety that we currently enjoy. We do not support high impact activities such as off-road driving of motorised vehicles and motorcycles that degrade the bushland, causing erosion and plant destruction. We also do not support the building of more trails, cutting down established bush in areas such as national parks, which will be used by one group, such as mountain bike riders, to the exclusion of all others. Commercialisation of national parks has an impact on native species, waterways, and the visual aspects, the very reason that people visit this place. The introduction of recreational shooting in national parks and designated areas is not supported. However, the culling to remove species legally identified as feral should continue. Any shooting of feral animals should be done humanely by professional shooters. So many things in nature remain unknown and so much undiscovered. So many are at risk of extinction, including once common species. We really need to pause and follow the biodiversity precautionary principles. It provides for action to avert risks of serious or irreversible harm to the environment or human health in the absence of scientific certainty about that harm. It is now widely and increasingly accepted in sustainable development and environmental policy at multilateral and national levels. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Ms Marlowe? Or we'll
Yes, I do actually.
Yep.
I also belong to Friends of Narrabeen Lagoon Catchment with Margaret. I'm the Vice President. You've heard from Margaret about Narrabeen Lagoon Catchment, which is 55 kilometres of predominantly bushland, and how important it is to many people. I'm an ecologist and I belong to many ecological societies, from the Mammal Society of Australia, the Bat Society, ESA, which is the Ecological Society of Australia. So my work is all based around scientific research. It's vitally important that we look at the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment as it forms a critical regional wildlife corridor between major bushland areas. We've got Ku-ring-gai to the north, we've got Garigal next down, then we've got the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment, then we've got the Manly Dam catchment. So this gives us a continuous line of catchment right through to down to the harbour, which affects many people because it brings the bushland right into Sydney. It also is a really important area because it has many threatened species, both flora and fauna. We have things like an increasing population of osprey, Rosenberg's goanna, various plants that are threatened. At the moment, the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment is under extreme threat. It's threatened by urban development because of the housing issue, particularly around French's Forest, Warringah Road and the Forest Way. The habitat is being separated by roads. We have major arterial roads running through the catchment and surrounding the catchment. It's really undergoing an infrastructure expansion at the moment, with new roads being put in or extended. Monavale Road West is being upgraded, and the Wakers Parkway, which runs right through the catchment, is being upgraded in part. Despite the ecological importance, the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment is facing two immediate problems. Firstly is the new LEP, which is coming in, and it will zone most of the bushland, which is 49% of the area, as E3, which is much weaker. It allows housing right in the catchment, whereas if we were to get the area zoned E2, it would give it far greater protection. E2 is, it goes E1 National Park, E2 sort of the next level down, and then E3. E3 allows for housing. There is also increasing subdivision and urban expansion on the periphery, which is causing a death by 1,000 cuts. There have been loopholes used in the past. Seniors living has been put into the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment, and with the seniors livings, because of the changing climate, we have to keep increasing the APZs, which means that we keep losing more and more bushland. We have a problem with the recreational impact of trail bikes, which I think can be resolved with careful planning. And we're also getting pollution from stormwater runoff, siltation, because there is not a single creek in the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment that doesn't have humans in the headwaters. And this is actually affecting the quality of the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment and of the major creeks like Middle Creek that come in. Middle Creek and Deep Creek used to have platypus, and it would be a great place to do a reintroduction like they've done to the Cooks River if we could manage to maintain this land. We really need to try to expand Garrigal National Park as was planned for a stage 3. When Dr. Terry Metherell was in Parliament, he tried to get stage 3, which would be complementary to Garrigal stage 1 and stage 2. It has been mooted even since the 60s that this area would become a national park, and it still hasn't. The coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, to which Australia is a signatory, has a target to protect 30% of land and marine areas by 2030. Currently, the New South Wales government has only protected 10.4% of the land area of New South Wales. It would make sense to add this biodiverse area to a continuous national park that extends from the Central Coast through the northern parts of Sydney, through Ku-ring-gai and all the way down to Manly, and it would be so important for people. And the last point I want to make that Margaret reiterated, but I will say again, we've been able to look at the effects of environment on people. And as we sat outside today and discussed it during COVID, because we were in one of the lucky LGAs, we had access to a lot of bushland. So many of us did not suffer the same level of deprivation that people felt during COVID. It really is important. Harvard has been able to demonstrate that if you expose people to walking in bushland and that, it drops your blood pressure, it reduces your cortisol, which we measure in animals to measure how stressed they are, and basically improves your level of health and can possibly, they're still trying to prove this, reduce depression. So bushland for people is vitally important, and it really is worthwhile having the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment be protected permanently, because it's on the end of the B1 bus line from the centre of Sydney. You can get on a bus at Wynyard and be at Narrabeen Lagoon catchment, and we have this fabulous walk that does 8.4 kilometres around the lagoon, where you can go bushwalking and bike riding and walk and all these things. So this is really a last minute, please try and protect our catchment, because it has a vital role in the overall health of Sydney and its humans.
Thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions. So the questions will come from any three of us, and also a few gentlemen that are on screen waving at you. So I'm just looking for someone to open up the voting. Ms. Simpson?
And I won't take two. I'll just do a quick question. But
Sure.
I also just, if it's okay, Chair, I just want to start by seriously thank you to the four of you, just listening to your backgrounds and your contribution, like all of this incredible work in protecting our special places and advocating for their protection. I know that most of this stuff happens in a volunteer capacity and it's a life's work, and I just heard it all, and I am so grateful and indebted to all of you for your work. So thank you, and thanks for being here today to give evidence to this important inquiry. I picked up on something particularly, Mrs. Marlowe, in your evidence, and it really occurred to me for the first time when you referred to, the COVID experience. I know none of us ever want to go back to a period of time where these things are happening, but it occurred to me that there was this kind of narrative that, some people did it much better than others, and the poor people that didn't get as much access to natural places and the natural environment and nature and fresh air and water and those sort of things. It was almost like we were meant to punish the people that had access to these things because the poor people that didn't. But you've reminded me that obviously the objective here is to actually expand this to everybody, and so that as many people living in urban and densely populated areas actually do have access to this amazing well-being mechanism that everybody should have access to. So I was just wondering if you could elucidate to the committee, and this is really to all of you, in terms of, and I hear yours, Ms. Marlowe, you're suggesting that actually we should increase the level of legal protection and make that a safeguard, so that then we can build on that protected area network. And I'd love to hear from the four of you if you're happy to provide some more evidence around that. I'm happy to start with you, Ms. Marlowe,
Well, I think it's really important. I think people's mental health is really, really important. And as I said, I think that you need to have access to bushland. And if you look at people with animals, nearly everybody loves animals. And when you go out, I'm lucky enough to live in the Narrabeen Lagoon catchment. Yesterday we had 3 ospreys, mum, dad and the baby above us. And the day before, when I took my granddaughter to the zoo, we had 3 sea eagles above us, all calling. So we really live, to be quite honest, all the people who live in New South Wales live in a blessed place, because we really have got the best of the best globally. And Rob Stokes used to say that it's paradise. Well, I think he's pretty right. So I think, though, it needs to be equitable, and I think that people need to actually experience it. But the other thing too is, if you don't experience bushland, you don't value it. And it's what you see is what you accept. So I think it's really important that we make it accessible. We try to make connectivity right through the state so that we can actually get our animals to be able to move from parts of the state. And all parts of New South Wales are beautiful. If you go out to Broken Hill, you've got you've got desert lands, which are wonderful. If you go up to Byron Bay, you've got rainforest, which is also really, really beautiful. If you go to the mountains, it's crisp, it's cold. The thing about this inquiry that I noticed, because I read through so many of the submissions, and the underlying thing that came through from just about everybody was they love where they live, and they really value it, and they want it to be protected.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wanted to add anything?
I live in Hornsby Heights, backing onto Barara Valley National Park, and we spend, Friends of Barara Valley spend a lot of time restoring degraded areas on the edge of the national park, and it's a great way to get people involved and actually get their hands dirty and actually experience nature. So it makes a huge difference. And like, we had glossy black cockatoos visiting our place a few weeks ago, and special endangered birds like that we're still seeing. So it's been a wonderful experience.
And in terms of that, there is the housing pressure, obviously, and we do need to be delivering more access to more housing and affordable and accessible housing, not necessarily just develop any site or any greenfield at every expense. So I think I'm hearing, and I'd be interested, Ms. Kitson, if this is what your evidence is suggesting, is that, look, we do need to be protecting what's left, and actually increasing nature and biodiversity wherever we can in landscapes, and obviously building houses or development not at the expense of nature. And I think that's the evidence that you were putting forward.
Yes, it's very, very difficult and confronting. I feel very distressed, emotionally distressed when you're talking about mental health. But there are many people in the community who are suffering incredibly mental health when they know that their beautiful natural areas are going to be erased and wiped out. And that's, I live in a Todd, and I have beautiful eucalypts and magnificent trees, and I have bird life, and it's only, 50 metres from the railway station, but I can go out there and I can find peace, and I know that's going to go, and my heart is broken all the time because I think what will happen to the birds. So it's a very difficult thing, but our application for folk was talking about the problem of access is going to be so intensified. It's now going to be robocharged with the amount of population increase and the demands. And where we are now, we can barely facilitate that. So it's going to be incredibly divisive to our communities, because there's going to be groups who want priority over that space and rather than the quiet enjoyment. So it's very, very distressing that we're living in a time when we know that we're facing ecological collapse, and yet we seem to be doing robocharging, this incredible, unthoughtful, bad planning regime that the New South Wales government seems to be pushing. And so when times are tough, people, as we've said, need nature more than anything else, because nature is a solace. We all, every one of us humans, have an environmental heart. We are all connected to nature, and when we sever that, we are going to see an explosion of mental health.
I'll just add that I work on the mobile care unit, which Sydney Wildlife Rescue run. It's been going now for 7 years. Volunteers, all volunteers, 17 vets support us. A number of them are retired, but some of them have a day off and they come and help. We see amazing animals, animals in distress, might have been hit by a car, got caught up in fishing line, whatever. Some of it is the impact of human negligence, if you like, or interaction. Some of it is just because we're urbanising spaces that used to be wild. But what I have done is I produce books each year, which I don't sell. They're for my vets and for the volunteers. And it's just pictures of what we've done during the year, all of the amazing animals that we've seen. I mean, we've had owlet nightjars. We've had huge peregrine falcons, sea eagles from out at Olympic Park. We get to see amazing creatures at their best and worst. They're terrifying, but they're still amazing. Snakes every week, lots of lizards, frogs, everything, just everything. And I would think that a lot of people have never, ever seen a lot of these creatures. I had not seen them despite being walking everywhere all over Australia. It is amazing what we don't know about our backyard, and that's why we need to protect what we've got and to open our eyes and have a look. And it's not just about humans, it's actually about the whole of nature and all of the biodiversity and the ecosystems that exist. So I do see the destruction in places, but I understand that people need to have an outlet for their activities, but those need to be planned rather than just cut through wherever they feel like cutting it through, which is what the situation is now on the northern beaches. There are so many tracks that should not be there, and no one does anything about closing them down, legalising them, whatever. There needs to be a solution to that, because it's really unfair. It doesn't matter how many times you go out there, you hear chainsaws in the national park. I can report them and nothing is done. And there's another track. And I'm not pointing the finger at any particular group. It's not just one group. It is just the entitlement that we find with the ability to spend money on this and have people that will support it, despite it not being a sanctioned activity. All of that information is publicly available. You just have to look on the internet and you will see the number of tracks that have been cut through national parks and all of our area. And it's not just our area. I saw it in everyone's submission that I wrote have an issue with this, and yet the man that spoke before us was talking about the fact that that is illegal for these activities to take place at all, but nothing is done about it.
Can I just ask, is it mostly, sorry, I'm just following this one, is it, with that, without naming any groups or anything like that, but is it mostly motorbike track use or four-wheel drive use, or what is
It's a combination. So in some places it was motorbikes,
Yep.
trail bikes, so
Right.
where they had dug out really prehistoric plants
Grass
to make
trees.
jumps, the grass trees, the xantharias.
Oh, okay, so the mountain trail bike riders, that kind
Well,
of activity
that's
as well?
separate because they are going through the orchid gardens, and they're things that we don't actually report because we don't want people to know where they are, but now
Yes.
we're reporting them because they're getting destroyed. And that's in the national park as well as in our state areas. Like, we don't even know who owns the land. That's the big thing that is so undecided as to who has responsibility over it. Council don't own it, state government says it's not theirs, it's not the water boards, but it must belong to someone. Then we have the areas that are Aboriginal land that are now going to be developed. It's their land, that's true, but it also has been encroached upon. And that is because the people say it's unclear, and the laws don't sort of apply if it's unclear ownership. And I don't understand that either.
Can I just pick up
anyway.
on that, because that's partly what motivated me to put forward this inquiry, was convoluted ownership, who owns what,
Yep.
agencies not knowing they actually own the land and
Yep.
are responsible for it. Do you think we need some sort of audit across the landscape as to who owns what and who is
We would
responsible?
love to know who exactly owns it, and I think Northern Beaches Council have been looking into parts of it, and they showed us something in relation to one area of the catchment, but there are whole stacks of areas that I don't know. I use SnapSend Solve, and it tries to tell me who the owner would be for an issue, for example, graffiti or rubbish or whatever, which we usually end up collecting ourselves and taking away. But if it's a big, large area, we can't do that. And if trails have been put in, we know where the national park starts, but we don't know who owns the other lands. I think that's a really highly desirable thing, and then at least we can get some. My background is finance and law, so I don't have a science background, not like Jackie, and so for me, it's unfathomable that you don't know who owns the land. I do not understand that, and I know they get passed down. From organisation to, and that organisation changes and they forget they've got it.
So I think the evidence, just for clear, the evidence seems to be that from where you are, you're quite clear about where national parks are, but the other Crown lands, it's a kind of plethora of who really knows. It's anyone's guess. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Can I just go to some of you have commented on the commercialisation of public land. I just want to test where you draw the line in terms of commercialisation, because obviously there's different levels, and right at a very low level where a local fitness instructor might be using the local park to run their fitness classes. Is that an acceptable level of commercialisation, or a local scuba diving company having access to a marine park and being able to run scuba diving tours in the marine park? Where do or right up to the point where national parks are now saying they want to create camping sites that are essentially privatised and have private camping operators running some campsites for glamping, etc. Where do each of your organisations draw the line in terms of acceptable commercial entities on public land?
I'll speak for Narrabeen. for Friends of Narrabeen Lagoon Catchment. We pretty much think that you need to be exposed to something to value it. So therefore, things that don't impact irreversibly are acceptable. So somebody teaching scuba diving, it doesn't damage the environment per se. We would have a bigger problem actually with the fishermen, because the number of birds that we have rescued that have been tangled in fishing line, and also turtles who've had their intestines cut to pieces by swallowing fishing line, that would be something we wouldn't want, or we'd prefer there was less of, or was a problem that was fixable. We haven't discussed the impacts of having, say, a glamping section, but again, it depends on your impact. I guess that the word goes, walk lightly on this earth and don't destroy it for the others who follow you. So I guess that's where we would go. If you were to say in the middle of the Narrabeen Lagoon Catchment you were going to build a $20 million thing like what's up on the Queensland coast, I think we'd all come out punching.
Sure. Any other witnesses?
I would say anything, it has to be something that you tread lightly. That's important. But if you're making money out of venture, then I think it's fair that somebody should get a cut of that. So, and I think that's what councils do. The fitness instructor is making money. They have to get a licence and pay for that, I think, to use that public facility. But also, I think the other things are social equitability of things. When you start, sectioning parts off that only certain people get access to because they have money, is a huge social problem, I think. And one of the beauties of public land is it's sort of a great leveller, and that's something we personally I think is important.
Yeah, so you would be opposed to national parks privatising campsites?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Yes, I would. And I don't mind if they charge a fee, because they obviously have to survive, but that fee should be as low as possible.
Yeah, but it should be a fee to national parks, not to a private operator.
Yes, that's right.
Running
Definitely.
yeah. Ms. Kitson, do you have anything else to add on that?
I'd just like to say that community groups have no confidence in the management of public lands anymore. They see a very cynical view where they see that the community and the environmental interests are always second class and do not get that priority. And there are some times when you have to say no. But it doesn't really matter, because the commercial interests just keep coming back and back and back. And then that makes the community very, very distressed, because they see the whole public process very contaminated by vested interests. And so I guess when you're asking that question to a community group like Folk, who have existed for 30 years, I would say we've become incredibly cynical, and we do not have trust in the process, because always, it seems, nature comes second place and the community comes second place.
And I guess because of that cynical nature, is your organisation now of a very hardline view that no commercialisation whatsoever, no matter what level?
We can say whatever we like, but we know we're not going to have any impact, because the doors are shut and they favour the commercial interests. We feel locked out. We feel completely disenfranchised by the democratic process of community consultation.
Is there any specific examples in terms of local to your area where you feel like certain commercial interests may have...
Yes, the artificial turf at Norman Griffith Oval. That was a public consultation, but priority was given to the sporting groups, despite evidence that it was going to be very detrimental to a very critically, endangered area going into the Lane Cove National Park, and the community took legal action about it. But to do that was like a huge impost on the community to do that, and was unsuccessful, because basically everything now the whole environmental legislation and planning is so anti-community and anti-environment. It's very, very challenging.
It's a similar example with Fred Catterson at the moment. That's that right. One, and all those trees have been cut down, but the community, and they were. I saw some of those. They were those big, hollow, nesting powerful owl habitat and things like that. But, sorry.
No, I just note Mr. Barrett had some questions as well. I didn't want to leave him out to the end. He's being modest now.
No, just go to the questions in the room first, Chair. There's only Miss
Merton, do you have any questions?
Thank you. In one of the opening statements, Mrs. Marlowe, I think this might have been from you, you spoke about competition sort of between groups in access. And then if I could just pick up, someone else then spoke about sporting access to grounds. And I guess just in light of the continual push for development and how critical this space is, whether you wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that one?
I'd like to say that if you have got something that's valuable, like ecologically valuable, and you lose it, it's very hard to regenerate it. Like I was looking at the new walkway, the Greenway, that goes from Cooks River back to the City of Sydney. It cost them $58 million to put that in. And it's designed as an ecological corridor as well as a human corridor. It is very hard once you've lost something to restate it. So you really need to think carefully about what you're going to want in the long term and where it's going to be and what you're going to lose. And the other thing I was going to say is Australian animals and plants are unique to Australia. They're not found anywhere else in the world. And for that reason, we really have a duty of care to preserve them. We don't have the right to make things go extinct, which, as we all know, our extinction record is shocking. I mean, New South Wales alone, I think I was looking yesterday, I think it was something like 56 different species that have gone extinct. And it's really hard, like you can have locally extinct or completely extinct. Once it's completely extinct, it's gone. There's no way we'll get back. I think it's the Pigfoot bandicoot. It's gone off the face of Australia. It's not going to come back, even with all this new work through the Tigger laboratories where they're trying to reinstate things like woolly mammoths and stuff like that, and thylacines. Then there's locally extinct. And you can, with a lot of work, like if you have a look at what they're doing in the national parks out in Western New South Wales, where they've got these huge enclosures that they eradicate all of the ferals from and basically let the animals breed up. And they're saying that we're actually getting bilbies, populations are increasing again. But we really need to be thinking overarchingly, and I really would like to see long-term planning, not short-term planning, because for us to do something takes time. And for environments to repair and get back to where they were takes a lot of time. Like today we came over the Harbour Bridge and I looked down and I can see all these beautiful little trees they've put in the area where they've chopped all the trees down. Those trees will not regrow in my lifetime. I will not see them as full trees because I haven't got enough life left. And even my grandchildren may not see them as full height. So it takes, as Miss Higginson said, 120 years for a big gum tree to develop the hollows that you need for powerful owls or for other species that are hollow dependent, which is a lot of things. I mean, if you look at New South Wales, we are losing our greater glider population. We are losing our yellow-bellied glider populations as we speak. And there are a lot of people who have devoted their lifetime as scientists with very little pay and not much job security either to try and improve the situation. And it's really crucial that we look at what we're doing and we start doing some long-term planning about where we want to go and what we want for humans and what we want for animals and what we're going to preserve. So sorry if I'm sounding a bit hot, but I really passionately care about this.
Yeah. No, it's very important. Pointing out the whole point, the trajectory of extinction for so many animals is important.
Yeah, thank you. It was, if anyone wanted to add anything further, so it was really just in terms of coming back to the terms of reference, looking at access restrictions to public lands and waterways, just in light of some of the stuff about sporting groups or recreation, or if there's anything from your experience you may have. Yes,
is it all right to speak? Yes, I'd like to say something, and one of the things that I feel very is a contentious area because of the framework of providing grants to sporting groups.
Yeah.
So this grant process is a very compromised one in my view, because it gives sporting groups the capacity to then propose their access projects. That level of funding is never ever equivalent to environmental groups.
Yeah.
That's right.
So the other underlying problem of that is that sporting groups became a political base for future elections because they wish to pursue their access issue, and they have a very large number of voters for that, for their view. So to me, the issue of grant funding is very problematic.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would say also there's a tendency to think that it's if you want a new sporting ground, it's much less of a problem to just wipe out areas of bushland. And of course we understand the intrinsic value of that bushland, but if you don't sort of live it day in, day out, you don't see what you're losing. So I'm not sure, obviously it's funding. If you you can buy land that's already been disturbed, and use that, but somehow it's easier to just wipe out another bit of, bushland, and that's the sad thing. So, yeah.
Thank you. No other questions? Well, that also... Mr. Barrett, yeah, you probably got 1 minute.
I just wondered very quickly, because we've touched on the extinction and that sort of stuff, the areas that you as a group are passionate about are close to that sort of housing fringe. I just wonder what you can tell me about the impact of feral cats as that housing gets closer to your areas, whether they be domestic, feral or semi-owned cats, as some people like to call them.
It's one of the bones of contention of my life. I've been monitoring the roadkill in the northern beaches for a very long time, and we don't have the money, unlike sporting groups, to measure or to do a bio-blitz regularly. And all I can tell you is that we are seeming to see fewer animals that I would put in that weight range that are affected by cats, which is from 500 grams up to like the size around 500 grams. Cats definitely in the peri-urban area are a problem. And most of the peri-urban ones, I'm sure there are a lot of feral cats that we don't see, but it's also people who fail to realise that leaving their cat out at night is really damaging to the environment. And I'm speaking here on a personal basis. I have a neighbour who I showed her a video of her cat killing a bandicoot in my garden, and she said, "I don't want to know." And she completely ignored me. The council that we live in, the Northern Beaches, has had an ongoing thing about trying to organise people to have cat runs, to also explain to people how cats that live outside only have a life expectancy of about 2 years. And they had hideous pictures of a cat with a broken jaw where it had been hit by a car. From personal experience, I know that many of my acquaintances who leave their cats out at night, they've not lived to be a full-length life cat. And I think, as a cat lover, I think that's incredibly cruel. I do know that we are definitely seeming to lose our... we have a cat that lives in a certain part of the LGA, and it has brought in something like about 20 eastern pygmy possums, which a lot of which have gone to the veterinary care unit that Margaret works on. And eastern pygmy possums are particularly vulnerable because they're only yay big. They're the smallest possum that we've got on the east coast. We also are losing our sugar glider population. There are numerous papers by Professor Chris Dickman and others stating the impact of feral cats and domestic cats on wildlife. We really do need to do something about it from a New South Wales legislation level, because the councils are powerless to act because there is no state level legislation on the issue.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And that's a good point to end. That concludes our session with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
all for
very
your
much for
time.
letting us talk.
You may get some supplementary questions from us, but the committee secretariat will be in touch regarding those. Thank you very much for your time and your work.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
opportunity. Thank you.
Session. So starting with the witnesses that we have in front of us, can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Hi, I'm Megan Benson from Gloucester Environment Group, and I'll read my affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Kovacs?
Yes, I'm Tibor Kovacs, President of the Gloucester Environment Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I think we have Mr. Nick King on video conference.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Nick King. I'm the President of the Central West Environment Council. I'll read my affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we've got Dr. Kinross?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, I'm Scylla Kinross. I'm the Treasurer of the Central West Environment Council, and I'm also an adjunct lecturer in environmental management at Charles Sturt University. I'll just switch over to the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just starting back with the people we have in person, would you like to give a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, I've handed over to the Secretariat summary document. Okay, and I'll be referring to that. I'm basically here to reinforce our submission to the inquiry regarding our concerns about the governance failures of the Forestry Corporation New South Wales in regard to Wallaroo State Forest. Okay, so if you could refer to the documents I've handed to you, which gives the location map of where the quarry in a state forest is going to occur because the project's been approved, and the second map is of the lease area for the quarry. So you'll see it takes up about half the size of that portion of Wallaroo State Forest. So our key issues are the transparent decision-making, community consultation, strategic justification, and the strict adherence to Forestry Corporation's own corporate objectives have not occurred. And they've not occurred, and therefore we're going to have a 1.5 million tonne quarry in the Wallaroo State Forest. Our recommendations as a community group are supported by a number of other community groups in the Ballacare area, is to strengthen independent oversight of the Forestry Corporation New South Wales, mandate genuine public consultation for major land use changes in the state forest, introduce legislative safeguards to protect state forests from conversion to private industrial use without clear justification and public consent. The Wallaroo State Forest is environmentally significant within the key water catchments and wildlife corridors of the Port Stephens area, which adjoin the mid-coast area. It's highly valued for recreation, biodiversity and community wellbeing. It's now subject to industrialisation by the largest and first SSD hard rock quarry development in a native state forest in New South Wales. Our concerns with the quarry proposal: it's the largest SSD development in a New South Wales public forest. It will lock the public out of the forest for approximately 30 years, probably longer, permanently damage ecosystems and habitat in the Grahamstown catchment, destroy social and recreational values, and leave an irreversible huge quarry void, and the depletion of the publicly owned forest estate. Governance failures. Now, we've listed all of those in our submission to the Land and Environment Court, because this matter was taken to the court by Save Ballacare. There's been no community consultation before or after the Forestry Core Agreement with quarry operators, which has been ongoing since 2018. No updated plan of management for public input of Wallaroo State Forest. There's no, and this is the really upsetting outcome of this proposal, there's no secured biodiversity stewardship agreement, as is required to offset the biodiversity loss of the project. The current Land and Environment Court directives to secure a biodiversity stewardship agreement located within the forest as a first option will further restrict areas of public access to the forest, noting that Forestry Corps is already committed to maintain or increase the full suite of forest values for future and present generations. So I've got economic versus public value. Quarry royalties exceed timber revenue, but there remains conflict with ecological sustainable forest management principles and the undervaluing of long-term environmental, social and cultural benefits to the community of an intact forest. Community impact, I think, is probably understated in my summary, but I've just said strong local opposition and lack of timely and meaningful response from Forestry Corps. Conclusion, and also government ministers. The conclusion is the Wallaroo case demonstrates a systemic failure in public land governance, and Forestry Corps' actions risk setting a precedent for the incremental industrialisation of public forests.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
No, don't be nervous at all. Just consider it as
Yeah.
just a friendly chat.
Yeah, nice family.
Despite the formalities of
We're all in
swearing
this
evidence.
together. We're all in it together.
If Mr. Kovacs, you don't have anything else to add, I'll go to the witnesses online. But if you do, I'm happy for you to.
Yeah, I actually prepared a supporting statement, if that's okay. If I read
that's
that,
fine.
I circulated, but maybe you haven't got it in front of you. So really, further to Megan's submission on behalf of the Environment Group, I have the following comments in support of Geg's submission. Apart from my voluntary role as a member and president of the Gloucester Environment Group, I am a semi-retired professional town planner who's practiced in New South Wales and overseas since 1980. In my view, and in broad terms, the state government has justified its actions by claiming the proposed hard rock quarry in Waterways State Forest is of state significance. I believe that is contestable, in my view, due to a large number of alternative quarry sites in proximity to the Waterways State Forest and the subsequent fact that there will be no shortage in supply of hard rock resources if the Waterways State Forest was not exploited. I believe forestry corporations acted against the public interest by not allowing public scrutiny before its original decision to allow a third party to seek development consent for the hard rock quarry in Waterways State Forest. Although, no doubt, the corporation feels justified as the Stone Ridge Quarry was approved by the Independent Planning Commission. However, it's noted that the approval was appealed by an objector to the Land Environment Court. The appeal was upheld and additional consent conditions applied by the court. I've attached a letter from the relevant minister in response to concerns I have with the Forestry Corporation, including its actions concerning Waterways State Forest. In that letter, the minister justifies the Forestry Corporation's actions by referencing approval from the Independent Planning Commission, but without mentioning the court appeal and the outcome. In my view, the IPC and the court did not properly balance all considerations and both failed in their responsibility to address the public interest. In the case of Waterways State Forest, the public will be denied access in whole or part by the Forestry Corporation, participating in a joint venture that will result in a hard rock quarry operating for at least 30 years. After this time, the access restriction will continue to the resulting quarry void. The proper alternative to a state forest possessing the ecological value of the Waterways State Forest, if not needed for forestry, is to incorporate it into the national park system, particularly when the land is part of a regionally significant wildlife corridor in documents produced by the state government. Public access to the public land referenced in our submission is being prevented long-term because a process that would have made the Forestry Corporation's original decision a transparent one was not followed. The relevant minister's response to my concerns I consider inadequate because it does not address the issue of due process, let alone the other concerns with ongoing financial viability of the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. King or Dr. Kinross, do you have an opening statement?
I'll go first.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. I'll just read out a 3-minute statement on behalf of the Central West Environment Council. That's okay?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry. I do so on behalf of the Central West Environment Council, commonly known as QWEC. QWEC consists of a coalition of 17 environment groups from communities around the central west of New South Wales. Our aim is to be an advocate for the protection of local and regional environments so that it can be preserved both for the species that depend on it and for the enjoyment of future generations. As such, we do not oppose access to our public lands, but we emphasise the need for access to be managed in such a way that enhances and protects the public lands and waterways, particularly those that contain remnant vegetation or important natural values, such as habitat for declining and threatened species and communities. QWEC asks that the inquiry will bear in mind the threats facing many of our public lands and waterways through climate change, droughts, bushfires, flooding, introduced feral species, etc. And we hope they acknowledge that it is not in the best interests of these lands and waterways to have them further impacted by inappropriate access. References have been provided which describe the devastating impacts inappropriate access has had on our public lands and waterways in the past. The natural environment in the Central West has been severely fragmented by development to the extent that our remaining natural habitat consists of isolated islands of threatened biodiversity. It is important that these biodiversity islands are identified and protected from any incursion that would compromise their conservation value. There have been multiple reports in recent years describing the dire condition of our natural estate and the necessity for stronger laws to protect nature. It is widely acknowledged that we are facing an extinction crisis if urgent action is not taken to protect our natural estate. Given the urgency of the situation, we should be looking at prioritising conservation over development and recreation in protected areas. Quek asks that the committee acknowledges the crisis facing our natural estate and recommends that public lands with natural values be provided with adequate protection, including limited access, that a nature-first approach be adopted when considering public access, that increased funding be provided for improved management of public lands and waterways, and it includes advocacy for the provision of strengthened legislation that provides adequate protection for public lands containing remnant vegetation and or areas with natural values such as wetlands, that access decisions are to be based on scientific advice and research. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kinross, do you have anything to add before we go to questions?
Just briefly, in my research, I found that there has been an attitude change towards public lands, and it's been quite marked. It used to be that people would go to public lands and they'd want to be doing the right thing, and they would walk and picnic and swim and so on. And nowadays, people believe they have a right to go in with vehicles and with much more active recreation in mind rather than the passive recreation. I think that attitude has to be countered in some ways, because the area of public lands is not sufficient to be able to accommodate that. If we had, I think the answer is that we don't necessarily need to tell people they can't do these things. What we need is more public land so that it can be zoned more efficiently, so that there is enough wilderness for people to have their passive recreation, and enough areas for people to thrash about on the motorbikes and so on. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my background, by the way, is wildlife ecologist. So if the questions, I'm sort of here to help answer those sort of questions. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Doctor. Thank you for that. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions. So questions will come from anywhere, including people also online as well. Ms. Higginson, would you like to open up the questions for us?
Yeah, sure. Look, I'll start with the Gloucester Environment Centre. I'm just curious, did you find it a bit of an affront, the idea that land that is managed by the state on behalf of the public could turn what is considered to be Crown land forest lands into essentially a permanently disfigured landscape that is extracting the very underneath of what grows vegetation? I'm just curious that when you first learned about this proposition, and if you can give a kind of sentiment of what your community felt when they learnt of this proposal and now this approved development.
Yes, it was an affront, and it was an affront to every single community group that objected to the quarry in the state forest. It was like the icing on the cake of the industrialisation of a hinterland area of the Port Stephens Council area. So GEG's involvement was really, first of all, through koalas and koala movements from the Port Stephens area up into the lower mid-coast area. But we met with community groups that were concerned about the social impacts of this development from the quarry trucks, the noise impacts, the pollution impacts, the water impacts that spread right outside of the area. And State Forest turned around and said they supported the developers in all their conclusions. And that was like a slap in the face to the community, because that forest was always considered part of the community and the identity of the community. So,
yeah, I think gobsmacked is still a sort of term I'd apply to the situation. I understand that state forests occur across New South Wales, and that there would be some use of quarry resources from those state forests to supplement local roads building or roads maintenance, borrow pits. That's something I think if you're living in a rural area you'd expect, and anybody who visits state forests would expect. But to take it to this next level in the way that this proposal is, which will be the largest by some degree quarry in a state forest in New South Wales.
And in the Lower Hunter region, servicing primarily outside of the region.
Yeah, correct. And the so I mean, I guess going back to my experience as a planner and understanding the planning legislation, it's sort of a situation that was set up to lead to an application being made under state significant development, IPC, etc., which is all well and good. But I think the issue that we've faced, or we're highlighting, is that how can Forestry Corporation, acting in the state's interest, make an arrangement, set up a deal, a joint venture I call it. The Minister doesn't call it a joint venture, but I call it a joint venture because the state is offering the land for the quarry developer to develop, and they'll get a royalty from it. And the Minister doesn't call that a joint venture, but I call it a joint venture. But when you have a situation where a state forest adjoins national parks, a regional plan says the land is designated to have a wildlife corridor. From a regional planning perspective, for that arrangement to be made without any due process, without any public consultation, is, I mean, faintly ridiculous. And in terms of this inquiry, it stares you in the face. The public access that was available to that forest is going to be pretty much extinguished, at least for 35 years, and a large part, because imagine inquiry, it's not just where you're quarrying, it's the zones around it, if there's blasting effects or whatever, it's has a ripple effect. So this area will be no longer publicly accessible, but it's not needed. There are other resources. There are other areas with resources and other applications that will satisfy the needs and the demands for the broader community to have its hard rock. So yeah, look, it's still, it annoys me highly that what was set in train by a decision by Forestry Corporation with a third party without public process has led to this angst and anger. When it was just, I think if they would have been sitting around this table with people like yourselves listening to what they were proposing, I don't think it would have got past first base. And it shouldn't have got past first base. You would have said, if forest, you don't want that land for forest, there's a national park next door, it's designated as a wildlife corridor. I mean, you don't have to be, I think the answer stares you in the face.
As in, it should have been designated as included in the national park estate.
This is, my simple analysis. If the Forestry Corporation, who's given land to manage for forest purposes, don't think the land's necessary for forest purposes, and I understand multiple use and all those sort of things, but if this a large part of a chunk of forest isn't going to be needed for forest, and there's a national park next door, and there's a wildlife corridor designation over that land,
it's the highest and best use.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Dr. Kinross, I'm just curious if I can go to you. When you, thank you. Sorry.
I've got dodgy internet where I am. So.
I do understand, and if it helps not having your camera on, that's fine by me. I'm happy to have your voice and your voice. That's what you're here for. I'm just curious. You said in your opening statement towards the end about this notion that actually, given the increased pressure on the protected area network for more intensive, less conservation-oriented uses, noting that the increased visitation rights of national parks in the last year has skyrocketed. We recorded 65.5 million visits last year, which is a massive increase on previous years. And we're now noting that it's 24 to 35-year-olds that are uptaking the use of our protected area network. And this notion that is running, obviously these people are using the park for the traditional park uses, the passive recreation uses and so forth. But if there is this pressure and this increasing pressure to use public areas and public lands in more intensive ways, you suggested that we should be looking at expanding the protected area network. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that, because this is a concept that we have actually heard quite a bit of evidence about for various purposes at the moment. And I'll just finish on this. It was acknowledged that currently the protected area network in New South Wales is really only about 10%, 11 at the most percent. Is this something that you've had that you can offer any insight into in terms of expanding the protected area network?
Well, it may be useful to look at a case study. We have an issue where there has been a lot of pressure to put a large-scale development for mountain bike riding in the Mount Canobola State Conservation Area. 110 kilometres of trail in what is only a few hundred-hectare park. It would probably destroy the park and its biodiversity values. And so there's been a big battle against that. And I look at it, I think, if they really want to go ahead with this project, why is this not possible to do on private land where the actual amount of income that's being made on that private farmland, clapped out grazing country probably, would be the go, because they're not, the people that are coming in to do these extreme sports are not really that interested in rare lichen and peregrine falcon nests and so on. They're interested in the challenge and the thrill of being able to ride their bikes. So it doesn't really need to be in a beautiful, pristine area with lovely views. It needs to be somewhere else. So yes, but then you've got okay, how are they going to do that on private land? And then I think, well, maybe that there could be a different type of land tenure where that private land is then converted to some kind of private-public partnership, something like that. I can see that. I mean, the public, and there is vacant Crown land too, which could be used for this purpose, and some of that's in pretty good condition. So I'm not necessarily recommending that for off-road driving and so on. But there's quite a lot of it, which out west particularly, which could be used for these kind of ventures that are not going to spoil what's left, the tiny bit of remnant vegetation in the Central West particularly. That's where my studies have mostly been focused. The tiny bits that are left need to be really well looked after, and they're not going to be well looked after if they're opened up for more trails. I'm thinking purely in recreation. I'm not actually thinking, I wasn't thinking quarries and things. I'm just thinking of more vehicles, horses, bikes, and so on, and even more walking trails, carving up the remnants that are left. And if we are planning to do that, then we need more land. How the government goes about that, whether private-public partnership or just acquiring more land, I'm not sure. The amount that's spent on managing public land, I don't know the actual figures, but it's very small in comparison to most other government expenditure, and it certainly could be increased. And I don't think people would mind that. My experience, I was 10 years with national parks, my experience is that neighbours, they don't mind the national parks, but they want them to be managed better. They want more money to be spent controlling the feral pigs. And so on, and it's always been a challenge. Whenever there are cuts made, they're always the first one to get the cuts.
Fantastic, thank you.
Noting Mr. Barrett's got his hand up there. You want to?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mr. King, if I can probably come to you and talk about the impacts on public lands of the renewable infrastructure, be that proximity to national parks, the talk of proposals of wind turbines in state forests, carving up areas to put through transmission lines. and basically that cumulative impact that it's having on national parks. I just wonder if I can get some of your views on that more generally.
Well, generally, I know because the central west of New South Wales, especially the areas around Mudgee, are part of the renewable energy zone, and I do sympathise. I think that the whole sort of project of the renewable energy zones has been very badly, in not many cases, very badly managed, and it's caused a great deal of controversy. And there really needs to be more of a statewide, a more, as you say, a better. It needs to be better managed, because it has taken a fair bit of caused a lot of issues associated with environmental management, especially, as you say, with the transmission lines. That's been a difficult thing. Yeah, that's something that the environment and the particular renewable energy zones is frequently in conflict. We have an issue, actually an issue on in the Orange District, where Iberdrola wind farms are looking at a feasibility study to have a wind farm at 4 Mile Creek, which is not that far from Mount Canobolas, and they're currently negotiating with stakeholders. But I think that process needs to be a little bit better managed. The wind farm people, the renewable energy people, are better than they used to be. I don't know if you remember the Flyers Creek wind farm issue that went on for years and was badly managed, I think, by the wind farm people initially, because they didn't consult. You're looking at, and one of the terms of reference is public consultation. I think that can be better managed, and I think that's incumbent on both the environmentalists and the people who choose to develop or become or want further access. I think that's got to be better managed. It's often an area of conflict rather than an area of cooperation and collaboration. So, yeah, in answer to your question, I think there's a lot of problems associated with renewable energy zones. I think that there needs to be greater community consultation and greater emphasis on collaboration. Maybe Silla might like to elaborate on that. What do you think of?
Am I allowed to speak? I just wanted to add something to not so much to what Nick was saying, but just to give perhaps another example of where extra land can be found, particularly for things like hunting. And I was on the Game Council for many years. I'm not opposed to hunting per se. It can be very useful to control feral animals, but it shouldn't be done in national parks where there are people out enjoying them, having picnics and things. But in places like in parts of Africa, I lived in Africa for 2 years. I also lived in Canada. I'm quite well travelled. And in the States, they have areas where they have game reserves, where they have large areas which are actually on private land, where people can go hunting and do all sorts of other things with snowmobiles and off-road terrains and things. And the farmers make money out of that. They make money which sort of adds to their income, which is not terribly good from farming necessarily, but they're able to look after their wildlife by providing the habitat, so there's not so much vegetation clearing, and they do allow some hunting. So those are the sort of examples. Some people might not agree with that, and maybe I'm speaking more from a personal background than the Central West Environment Council, but I do see that there could be some quite good opportunities in that respect.
Just to get back to the wind farms, Scott, one of the things that the Iberdrola project is involved with, the actual wind farms are situated in pine forests, state pine forests, which have very little ecological value, but provide an area where the turbines can be established without compromising any ecological or biodiversity value, which I think is a good thing. I mean, obviously there's still other issues, but which is but that's one way of doing it. And unfortunately, we're in a situation where we have to look at the renewable energy projects which are necessary if we're going to meet our carbon targets, and we're going to meet our Paris Agreement. There's a whole range of things, and we're going to have to reduce our reliance, especially on fossil fuels, oil, etc. So there's a balance there, and I just say balance is one of the issues which are mentioned in the terms of reference. So this is an issue of balance. But balance shouldn't include compromising the biodiversity values. So that we need to look very carefully at how we utilise space for renewable energy and where we put it. And I'd say in some cases we haven't put it in places where perhaps we've put it in places where we should not have, because we've got plenty of space.
So just because you might be against the infrastructure or where it is or the cumulative impact of these renewable infrastructure doesn't necessarily mean you're anti-environment then.
No, that's right. I mean, you can't. There has to be a balance. That's what I'm saying. And the balance it's not. Yeah, there has to be a balance, and that's where you put the turbines. Obviously, there are places where the turbines have to go because to catch the appropriate wind areas on ridges and things like that. A lot of them, of course, as you know, are on private land, which basically is a win-win for the farmers and for the renewable energy companies. So there's
what about the cumulative impact of though, Mr. King, where they are close to national parks, and you still do need the access through national parks for transmission lines and other public lands?
You don't necessarily have to have access through national parks. Most of the ones around Mudgee aren't through national parks, but you obviously need to increase the amount of infrastructure. Like I say, it's not perfect, and it never will be, but we need to be very, very aware that it's important that the biodiversity value of the installation needs to be protected as much as possible. Like it's a very difficult and complex situation.
I could keep going, Chair, but conscious that others.
Yeah.
Unless Dr. Kinross, you have your hand up, is that still?
I think that was a hangover from her supporting Hunty.
Yeah.
I might just go back to you, Ms. Benson, with a similar question around the renewable energy. Would you have a concern if that quarry was being replaced with something of a renewable energy installation, but of a similar environmental impact? Is it the environmental impact?
I'm not sure it could have a similar environmental impact, but no, our concerns would remain exactly the same. You know, what is the trade-off going to be?
Yep.
So at the present time, there's no trade-off for the quarry. That's just been handed over with nothing back for the community.
Yeah.
It is an important ecological area, so those things would have to be considered. And I think, you know, we've said it's got to have clear justification and it's got to have clear public consent. So that would apply to any project.
Yeah. And can you just give us a sense of the broad recreational uses that Wallaroo State Forest has?
Horse riding.
Yep.
Walking. What's the anyway? Cross-country walking.
Oh, like orienteering.
Thank you.
Yeah, road gaining, as we heard.
We learnt about this.
There is four-wheel driving.
Yep.
There are motorbike riders. There's also dog walkers and there's dog training groups. But everyone's been told you can't go in. I guess horse riding would be the most popular local activity in. But there's also artist groups that go there visiting.
Okay.
For painting excursions. The four-wheel drivers and the motocross people usually come from outside of the area because a few kilometres away there's a motocross circuit.
Yep.
And so it's often kids sneaking out of home and riding through the forest. But there's virtually, evidently for the last decade, there's been no supervision in there. And neighbours haven't seen any forestry staff in there. Okay. There's been one fire through the area, but the trails are in absolutely shocking state. So the local bushfire brigade can't even get into the forest, really.
Okay. And just probably a question for both groups, particularly picking up on what you was talking about, Dr. Kinross, about having a separate set of land that is for more, I guess, active rather than passive recreation. Do you think we need an audit of our public lands to assess where the needs are for different recreational uses and what land is best suited in our public land estate for different uses, so we can get the balance right? Because we've heard through submissions that there are a lot of convoluted rules and agencies not knowing they own land, and potentially a lot of missed opportunities regarding improving access for all sorts of different uses. Do you think we need some sort of audit or stock take of public?
Yeah, I think it's a very good idea, but it also needs to be beyond that. It needs to be a plan for the future. An endless pursuit for economic growth in this country is leading us down a futile path, because you can't have it forever. And as the population grows, then so the recreation needs for those people will grow too. And that needs to be factored in. So yes, an audit would be a good start, but I would like to see something whereby there is I look at the regional plans, for instance, for the Central West, and they all contradict each other. They say, we're going to improve the habitat, we're going to have wonderful increase in biodiversity, but we're going to have all this development as well, huge areas of development. I'm sorry, but you just can't have both. It's very difficult. If you're a very good planner, perhaps you can minimise the damage, but we're continually trying to look for more development, more regional development and so on, but also we insist that we're going to keep all our biodiversity values. I'm sorry, but the two don't add up. There are very simple equations which show why not. So yes, I think it's an excellent idea, but take it further, make a proper future plan.
Yeah.
That with teeth.
Thank you for that. Any comments from you, Ms. Benson, or you, Mr. Kovacs?
You what is it?
No, you go first.
I think it's almost it's obvious, because we should actually have access to a database that tells everybody what public land we've got. In this day and age, it's sort of inconceivable there isn't a database that isn't accessible to the public to know what public land is, what's held by the public, and in what shape or form, forest, conservation area, or national park.
What are the rules around access to each? And what are the rules around access?
If we have that information, it should be accessible. And I think this day and age.
Yes. Yep. National Parks has that information, and that's available. I don't know about state forest, but it's not so much.
But again, beyond that, I'd reinforce the point that having that database, then that has to then match the demands that the community is making on that resource. And when we're talking about those demands, I think the point that's been made about some of those demands for recreation activities may be satisfied outside the public estate, if you like. So that could only be a good thing. I think if there was information about what the community wants in terms of access and activities, and what the public has in terms of resources to satisfy that, but also might lead to a question, well, maybe there's other lands that we need. And that goes to the broader question. When it comes to conservation, biodiversity, it's not just happening on public lands. It does happen on private lands, and through conservation agreements and stewardship, etc. By all means, have an audit, and then match that with what demands are out there by the community for the use of that land.
And could I just say, it's my understanding we do know what's allowable within state forests, because there are existing plans of management, and you can access that via the website, to find out what's allowed in your local state forest.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our time with you. Thank you very much for your time and your work.
Thank you.
The Secretariat may be in touch in terms of anything you took on notice or supplementary questions we have for you. So thank you very much for your time and your advocacy work.
Thank you.
We will now break for lunch and return at 2:15.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Good.
And the person that came and drove all the project.
Okay, welcome back to the final session of today's hearing. So we now welcome our next witnesses from various recreational user groups. So starting with you, Mr. Flint, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yes, my name is John Flint and I'm with Bushwalking New South Wales and I'm a committee member there and I'm the Attracts and Access Officer. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now I'm about to given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Burke?
Jessie Burke, President, Bushwalking New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Ralph Status, President of Illawarra Birders, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Jan Eason from the Crescent Head Dog and Walkers Group in the Macleay Valley Alliance, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And starting in that same order, would you like to make a short opening statement, either you, Mr. Flint, or you, Ms. Bird, or both together? Up to you.
Yep, I'd be happy to give our opening statement. Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Jessie Burke and I'm the President of Bushwalking New South Wales. Beside me is John Flint, our Tracks and Access Officer. Bushwalking New South Wales is a peak body that represents 11,500 bushwalkers across 71 clubs in New South Wales and the ACT, and we speak for a much broader community of more than 1.2 million people who walk in the bush each year. Bushwalking is a low-impact, inclusive and accessible form of recreation. It supports public health, strengthens regional economies through tourism, fosters environmental stewardship and connects people of all ages and backgrounds with the landscapes that define this state. Our core message is this: the conversation should not be framed solely around restricting access to public land, but around enabling appropriate access. Bushwalkers strongly support the primacy of conservation. Healthy ecosystems and protected cultural heritage are essential, and we acknowledge that not all forms of access are equal in their impact. Some activities, particularly those that are poorly managed, can cause lasting environmental damage and create a poor culture around how we interact with the environment. We are concerned, for example, that some current proposals would place commercial infrastructure directly among the very features a reserve was created to protect. Importantly, access must be equitable. The impacts of restrictions are not felt evenly. They can disproportionately affect people with limited mobility, those in regional areas, and communities with fewer recreational alternatives. Thoughtful access planning can help ensure that public land remains a shared asset for all. We are also losing access quietly. Crown Road reserves that provide access into parks and forests are being sold, and the public notification system was taken offline last year. Our clubs play a unique role in this landscape. They are communities built on shared responsibility, accountability, and care for the environment, with deep place-based knowledge. They are often the eyes and ears on the ground. Through shared experience, our clubs pass on navigation, safety, and minimal impact practices. They are where people learn to go bush responsibly, not just follow a GPS track or a social media post. Members act not as visitors, but as custodians. Many clubs already contribute significant volunteer effort to track maintenance, conservation, and advocacy, and there is a clear opportunity to better harness this through genuine partnerships in planning and decision-making. Last month, on a $10,000 grant from Women New South Wales, our clubs ran 48 guided walks across the state for Women's Week. 487 participants, more than half of them first-time bushwalkers, and 380 more people on wait lists that we couldn't accommodate. Finally, we encourage the committee to consider models that balance conservation with access by matching use to landscape, allowing appropriate activities in appropriate places, recognising that not all uses are compatible everywhere. In closing, Bushwalking New South Wales stands ready to work constructively with government and stakeholders. We see this not as a question of restricting access for its own sake, but as an opportunity to enable the right kind of access, public, facilitated and affordable, not exclusively commercial. Some of the most contentious closures in New South Wales, like Wedding Cake Rock, Figure 8 Pools and Belmore Falls, exist not because of conservation overreach, but because monetised social media promotion drove visitor numbers beyond what any site could safely absorb. Without careful management, we risk loving these places to death. We welcome your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Status, do you have a quick statement?
Yeah, I'll just make a few brief points if I may. We see staff on the ground in NPWS and other agencies and local councils being very significantly under-resourced. We think the current restrictions on national parks and nature reserves are quite appropriate. We think enforcement needs major legislative change and resource increases. We think since COVID there's a sizable minority that are bought into the parts of the sovereign citizen propaganda and believe they can do whatever they like wherever they like. And rangers confronting these people often met with abuse or threats, and rangers need more powers and possibly cross-agency training to deal with these issues. Feral pest control needs major investment, and well-organised and accredited hunters could be part of this. The different categories of public land are poorly understood and signed. These need more consistency in naming and hence understanding. And we think there's an opportunity to make state forests more recreation-based as native forestry reduces. And there appears to be a significant shortfall in bush camping in New South Wales state forests, and they've got a track record in maintenance and just need an income stream. And just finally, some background on where I'm personally coming from. I got my first rifle for my 13th birthday. I've owned 2 4-wheel drives and currently have a 4-wheel drive camper van. And my wife and I also owned a farm and lived on it for 14 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Eason.
Thank you for inviting me today. I might have to read some of this because I'm a little bit nervous.
Don't be nervous. This is, despite the formalities, this is just a friendly chat.
Yeah, we're just all in this together. Really, we are.
If you're a minister, we'd be harsher.
Yeah.
Well, I'm one of the 6 original members of the Crescent Head Dog and Walkers group, along with the following groups: seniors, retirees, elders and less able, dog walkers, horse riders and beach cyclists. I'm also authorised to represent these other Macleay Valley Alliance groups: beach walkers, Crescent Head village residents and visitors, families with young children, commercial fishers, recreational fishers, and the Macleay Valley rural community. Kempsey Shire Council have been transparent and have not wavered from their original commitment to our community. I tabled some documents late last week because I understood this to be an evidence hearing, and some of the things that I'll mention today are a little bit confronting, and I have written evidence, letters, etc., that support what I'm going to say. On page 13 of the addendum, Kempsey Shire Council refer to provisions for 2 potential solutions to continue to try and broker and wish us well with this inquiry. There's also a letter from the Minister, Matt Keane, when he was the Minister of the Environment in 2021, and way back then he suggested a simple solution to the situation that we have in our community, and that was for the Pets in Park policy to be considered. I can state confidently the Macleay Valley strongly support the concept of the National Parks and Wildlife Service. Visitors and citizens of the Macleay, now in excess of 60,000 people, have enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the National Parks and Wildlife Service from the 1970s up until 1920. And that's been over 50 years of trust and cooperation between our communities. The National Parks and Wildlife Service recent failure to effectively consult with the community, to be honest and transparent when interacting with our community, and to be principled in negotiation or accountable has been an extreme concern for us. It has placed enormous strain on our community and on our environment. In paper 1 that has been published, we presented an overview of our environmental and recreational land usage. In paper 2, which I submitted on Friday, we present a timeline for the evolution of our current circumstances. The addendum is our supporting evidence for this hearing, and I invite you to ask questions, particularly in concerns in relation to transparency. I ask you to consider, number one, an effective consultation process. If 70% of the responses disagreed with the draft plan, why was there no negotiation or modification to the plan? I need to say that in the document that has been presented, it said 53%. That should have read 53 submissions, which was 70% of the submissions. Number two, where is the transparency when ministers and Parliament are misled? Number three, where is the accountability when a community cannot secure ministerial access at any level of community, local government or our Member of Parliament? The New South Wales bureaucracy respond to community concerns on behalf of 5 or more ministers and their portfolios. That's supported by addendum pages 23 to 26. The North Coast Director and the National Parks Wildlife Service Deputy Secretary have intervened on behalf of letters that have been sent to other ministers, and they have responded on behalf of all ministers over a range of different issues. The National Parks and Wildlife Service bureaucracy make false and misleading statements and claims in statements, and that's supported in our addendum by pages 15 to 17 and pages 20 to 26. National Parks and Wildlife Service bureaucracy accept consultant reports, including biodiversity reports from accredited specialists, only if it supports their case. That's supported in paper 2, pages 11 to 15. National Parks and Wildlife bureaucracy presume to offer a compromise and offer assets that the National Parks and Wildlife Service do not control, and that's supported by our member of Oxley, the Honourable Michael Kemp MP's offer on page 2, 2024, pages 6 to 7. We have been reading other submissions for this committee. There's a fair amount of agreement that, number one, the National Parks is hugely under-resourced for their charter. Number two, the National Parks and Wildlife Service is generally strongly supported for the conservation and preservation of sensitive ecological areas. Number three, for all Australians, community health and wellbeing are a major consideration. The ANU reported their survey today about community wellbeing and lifestyle balance, and have stated that Australia hasn't recovered since COVID-19, and they're quite concerned about community health and wellbeing. Number four, low impact activities in national parks are broadly supported. We're not a standout in this company. Goolawah Beach is not a sensitive ecological area. We are seeking effective communication, transparency, principled negotiation and honesty in all interactions with the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and we would recommend that it be legislated that Crown Road reserves and historical access trails belong to the people in perpetuity, that intertidal zones should remain Crown land nationwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Easton. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere, including myself and Ms Higginson, and also some people online as well in front of you. I might just start off with, and I'll throw to you, Ms Higginson. So just picking up on your opening statements and your submissions, what are all of your views on the National Parks proposal to bring in commercial operators to run campsites? I know you, Mr. Status, mentioned, state forests needing more campsites, but there's a proposal by National Parks to essentially privatise some of that management. Do your associations have a view on that?
Yes, I can
start with you, Mr. Flint.
Yes, so Earlier this year, the National Parks ran an expression of interest offering commercial operators supported camping licence in 23 campgrounds across 16 national parks and reserves. That enabled them to reserve up to 12 sites up to 12 months ahead, while the general public only get 6 months reservation, and we oppose that preferential treatment. Then they can also reserve, and they only have to use 45% of the sites that they have reserved, and so that locks out people, and they can just book those sites and they're not available, and people need to plan their holidays ahead of time. They're not able to do that. And then the National Parks and Wildlife Service told us that there were restrictions, but we looking at the data, we found that less than half of the sites had restrictions in public holidays and school holidays, and there was only a few sites that actually had caps on numbers, and so the commercial operators could go ahead, book as many sites as they like, more or less, lock everything up, and then people would be forced to go with them. And so we're opposed to that because it stops equitable access for ordinary people and families.
Thank you. Mr. Status?
I don't see what's wrong with it currently. Like, you want to go and stay in a national park at the moment, you can. You go online, you book it, you do it properly.
Yep.
Reflections is a quasi-government organisation that runs campgrounds on something like 23 odd pieces of Crown land around the state. They used to operate Killalea State Park, which is directly opposite where I am. They did nothing except run a commercial operation and try to extend it. Their board is sort of structured around property development, etc., and that's their focus. You go to some of the national parks where there was environmental things to do and walks and stuff like that, they're all fallen into disrepair. So NPWS have taken back Killalea, for instance. They've now got years of work to take it back to where it was. I agree with Bushwalking New South Wales. It's not needed. National parks have already got a booking system. It's online. It works. I don't see the need. And Services New South Wales does a fantastic job of transactional type stuff. So I would have thought the skills are already within the various departments within New South Wales.
Ms. Eason, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, we have a fairly successful national parks campground at Delicate Beach, and that was set up for people who bring dogs on holiday. And I think it's interesting that 31,000 people live in the Kempsey LGA, and our surveys indicate that about 18,500 dogs also live in that area. National Parks recognised that at the time that our parks were being proclaimed, and we had actually two camps. We had Racecourse and Delicate, and the Racecourse has been regazetted to a regular camp, but my understanding is that all of the national parks camping grounds in our area are basically oversubscribed, and they're amongst the most popular online indications of where people want to come and visit.
For sure.
Just going to your particular case, Ms. Eason, can you give the committee a sense of how this has affected the community? You said in your opening statement you speak for a broad number of associations and user groups, and you rattled quite a few of them off, and it is quite broad. How is National Parks' decision to just cut off your access effectively to the beach impacted the community?
It's not been accepted very readily, and the reason being is that a significant community representation didn't agree with what national parks were offering. Also, national parks are not being transparent about the biosecurity, biodiversity in particular Goolawah Beach. And since since National Parks placed a lock gate on the access, community responded by taking angle grinding equipment and actually removing the gate and throwing it into the bush. national parks were, in fact, we were the ones that notified national parks that this vandalism had taken place, and they replaced that gate very quickly. But what has happened since then is these people continue to remove the locks and the chains on the gate. So the gate is it's always open. You can go and open it any time you like. National parks can't keep that gate locked, and all of the signs have been vandalised. This is really quite concerning, that you really don't have an agreement when both sides don't agree, and there's so much disparity between the community and what national parks have done to our community. And that's one of the things that we feel is important to discuss in this arena, because we haven't been able to discuss this matter with any of the other ministers. We have written to the Minister for Seniors, for Disability Inclusion, with the issue of the alternate access that was offered by national parks that they now maintain has nothing to do with them. We've talked about, we've spoken to the local government minister, or we tried to, and I can't remember the others, but members of the community that were involved in dog fatalities going to national parks, beaches that have been put up as alternatives, and women in particular that have gone onto the new trails that have been offered, who have slipped, tripped, fallen and hurt themselves, have written to these ministers, and national parks just override all of that. They take all of those letters and all of those concerns and respond as a single entity to our community, and often say things like, we have looked into the management plan for Goolawah, and we have no concerns.
I think you raise an important point, and I think you did as well, Ms. Burke, when you spoke about access and Crown roads, and we talk about access restrictions. We're not necessarily just talking about permissible activities, but it's actually physical access, that's equitable. So elderly people, people with disabilities, people with different mobility needs or modes of getting in. And so how important is protecting those Crown roads? I know you, Ms. Easton, spoke about in your opening statement as well. How critical is a recommendation that Crown road access roads be protected and not sold off?
Yes, well, I speak to that because I've been involved for a number of years making representations to Crown Lands about some of the road closures, and we've had some successes and had some not so successes. What used to be the case was that Crown Lands used to have a website where they'd have the notification as to whether a Crown road was going to be closed, and we would review that from time to time and then make submissions if it was going to impact access to national parks or state forests or some area. One example of that would be in Karela National Park in the Northern Rivers, up in Lismore area. That's a road there adjacent to the national park. It was used by bushwalkers to access the western section. It was also used by the mountain bikers to do a circuit all the way into Queensland, and there's a full route there. We noticed that was high use. We'd used Strava heat map, actually. It's a mapping application that recreational uses, and it shows where people go. And so we're able to say that a lot of people use that road, and that we oppose the closure. We got in contact with Janelle Saffin, the member for Lismore up there, and she was very helpful in advocating on our behalf, and we did get a successful closure on that, where the land was still sold, but they've got an easement of access, so we were happy with that outcome. Less successful, a notable one where we don't get notification is in the Butterwangs, Corang Lagoon. There was Crown land there. It wasn't a road, it was just Crown land. It was under lease. It was sold in 2011, I believe. And it was a major route for bushwalkers. The Corang loop there been used since the 60s. It was on the route is actually on the topographical map of a track through it. No notification about that. We didn't hear anything about it until 2018, where the private property owner put some signs up and stopped people getting access to it. It's right next to the national park. You've got the lagoon there. There's a lot of Aboriginal significant areas around the place, and we didn't hear anything about it, and it was too late, obviously, to do anything about that place. The other aspect is for the Crown Roads themselves. They're no longer maintaining that site where they give the notifications of upcoming sales, and they rely on notification through local papers. And local papers in this day and age is not a suitable mechanism to alert the public as to upcoming things. They're not free anymore, so you have to pay for them. It's not possible to really subscribe to all those across the state. And I'm not convinced personally that the Crown Lands are following the legislation in doing the notification across all the areas, because there's not the newspapers in some areas. And I've asked them twice now through different communications to provide me with a list of papers, local papers they use for different council areas, and no reply. So I am going to be putting in a GIPA request to get that out of them. But that is a concern for us, that we don't get the notification, and we would like them to reinstate that.
Any other comments on Crown Roads or access, Ms Easton?
Well, our concern is too with that access to Goolawah Beach, that road was built by Mineral Deposits when the sand mining was taking place, and since they left in the 1980s, it has been maintained by the Kempsey Shire Council and paid for by ratepayers. And council agree with community. In fact, council put up the proposition that there was a bit of an oversight at the beginning, and that land has no biodiversity value, and a 150 metre realignment of the national park boundary would resolve the matter forever, so it wouldn't be an interim arrangement or anything like that. And we have evidence, I think it's on page 12, where Shane Robinson, who is the area manager, has advised that there was similar border realignments for the Point Plummer Road, just to try and skirt the national park, and the same thing has happened in the Maria River Road National Park as well. So there have been quite amicable discussions between council and national parks. It's worked out to be a benefit to both communities, and that's what Kempsey Shire Council wants to do and has wanted to do since the beginning. And it's a very simple solution to an issue that's causing our community a lot of grief.
And just probably one final question maybe two questions from me. Mr Flint, would you like that as a recommendation from this inquiry, that a proper process be reinstated around the notification around Crown Roads and reserves in terms of them being offered up for sale or lease?
Sure. Yes, I definitely would like that to be a recommendation of the committee.
Thank you.
And would it be, sorry, just on that?
Yeah, sure.
Would it be, like, for the use or convenience of use, would that be kind of like a centralised, like a place you can go to on a website where that's a systematic, it's a rules-based thing, it must be there, you go there, that's where you see it, rather than having to search through...
And you can subscribe to updates.
That sort of thing. Thank you, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do, and I think there's, in the National Parks and Wildlife Act, I think there is, they updated that to, for certain notifications to be widely distributed in a manner that people can access information, and a similar type of legislative amendment could happen to the Roads Act as well.
Yeah, thank you.
And just picking up on that as well, we've heard a lot about convoluted land tenures and rules, etc., and agencies not knowing that they own land. Would you like a almost centralised view of who owns what are the rules around access for each different land tenure to go alongside that greater transparency in terms
and
of
which body has got control of it.
and which body has been.
Because I had a Crown land adjoining my property which was sold off, but that was managed by Shoalhaven City Council, and they advised me because they knew it attached to my property, and I didn't have, for the geography reason, I didn't have a problem, so it got sold, right?
Yeah.
But it didn't access anything else except part of my property which I didn't need, right?
Yeah.
So, but in that instance, only because I was a landholder and the local council had, and they knew I was a ratepayer and they knew where to get hold of me.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. You know?
Yeah. It's very difficult to find out that information. In fact, the best information out there at the moment is a website by a bushwalker, past president of Bushwalking New South Wales, Alex Walchin, bushwalkingmaps.com, and he's got various layers from the state departments and so forth about Crown land and different tenures, and you can find out a lot more information than you can from the government sites easily on that. And for road access and so forth, it's very difficult to determine what is a Crown road and what is a council maintained road and what is just a general Crown land. But so something centralised and official would be the way to go.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Ms. Higginson, sorry, I'm conscious.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here and giving your evidence today, and thanks for the work you do. I just wanted to ask, so we heard, the data that was released yesterday about the National Park Estate and this, perhaps unsurprising to some of us, but this really big increased visitation rate. We've gone to 65.5 million visits last year, and the highest rate of increase is that aged 24 to 35-year-olds. Such pleasing kind of data, really, depending on how you read this stuff. But one of the things we've been hearing is, the National Park Estate right now, as everyone said, everyone's in agreement, we need to invest more so that we can manage it better and provide those boots on the grounds the resources they need to do a better job. I think that, as you say, I think there's unanimous sort of agreement on that. One of the things that has come to mind, and we've heard previous witnesses, currently the National Park Estate is only around about 10% of the whole of New South Wales. And we tend to end up in positions like this where we're talking about, should we be opening them up for more uses, more intense uses, this small 10% of the entire land base of New South Wales. Victoria, for example, such a smaller area of land, has 20% of its land in reserve. I'd love to know your views, particularly from your organisations. Do you think there is real scope to be expanding and building the protected area network? And we heard earlier, and I'd love to hear your views on this, as integrating a whole new tenure that actually allows for some of those more degraded lands, marginal lands that wouldn't meet current expected national park criteria, but lands that could be regenerated to be part of that network. And I'd love to hear your views, starting with you, Mr. Flint, if I can, or Ms. Burke.
Could I pass on to Jessie and maybe mention the regional parks?
Yeah, so I mean, it would be great if all land was national parks, really. All land deserves protecting. But in general, I mean, for us, we come from the stance that national parks should first and foremostly be managed through the conservation as the main priority. And we understand that there's other lands, other groups and activities that require things from other sorts of land. And they should have every right to that. Everybody has a right to be able to use the land, not necessarily exactly how they want to, but I don't think it serves anyone to have all land as national parks, because it does lock certain groups and people out. And obviously connecting with the environment in the varied ways that we do helps us to appreciate and value the land. So having the different kinds of land managers and I guess management plans of these environments.
Yeah, so I think for recreational users that have a wider range than just the bushwalkers. So I did hear Gary Dunnett, I think it is, from National Parks Association, talk this morning, and he mentioned about the degraded areas and putting some money to that, and also the state forests, as the forestry industry is not required as much. Some of those places, they should be conserved and moved into the national park estate, but there's other areas that probably don't warrant that high level of protection. They could be made into regional parks, and expanding that, and expanding campgrounds for ordinary people. There is such a unmet need for campgrounds. It's always playing a game of cat and mouse to try and book a campground in some of the high usage areas. We just need a lot more of those, and that's where you get the low impact users going there to different regional areas, spending money in the local economy. And so, yeah, by expanding into those areas, and as Gary said this morning, the degraded areas can be brought up to a certain level that reflects the natural environment. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Stevis, do you have
I think we could really clarify the clarification of use of public land. So we put the council and maritime stuff to one side because that's managed by maritime or local government. Within this organisation, you've got currently got 4 levels of classification. You've got state forests in sort of area, in order of conservation, if you like. We've got state forests, we've got state recreation areas, we've got national parks, and we've got nature reserves. Those classifications aren't well understood. There's plenty of room for other activities that are destructive in state forests because they're well maintained, they've got good quality roads, they're in areas that are already degraded, they might be ex-forests that are regenerating. But the national park estate at only 10% is well underweight, frankly. And in areas, I'm down near Wollongong. If you've been down near Wollongong recently, you've seen dozens of 20-storey or 15 to 20-storey apartment towers going up. There's people living in them. They want to go and recreate somewhere. So all the local national parks in the area are getting busier and busier and busier. And the ability to extend those is limited. But for instance, the state recreation area at Killalea could be significantly improved. It was run down, it's largely covered with lantana, etc. Pockets of it are really nice. It's got a literal rainforest, one of the last in New South Wales. So yeah, I think there's the classification thing is not well understood. So 4-wheel drivers, for instance, they're not quite sure what the difference is between driving on a fire trail in a national park or driving on a fire trail in a state forest. Well, the difference is the one in the national park was never built as a road, but the one in the state forest was. So it'll take a lot more traffic than the ones in the national park. You know, a local national park up at Butteroo Plateau, that's very fragile ground. So multiple tracks there have got gates on them and they're closed to traffic. But they're closed for a really good reason. You drive down it in wet weather and you do serious damage to that track, right? And unfortunately, that small minority that want to drive a 80 series cruiser with 35-inch mud tyres on it, they don't care what they leave behind. In fact, the rougher the track, the better. That's fine, but we need to contain them to areas that will sustain that damage. So I think that classification thing needs real work. It's not well understood. It's not well signed. We know it because we're out there in it, but people that are casual users of those environments don't understand it.
I tend to agree with that too, but I also need to respond on behalf of our community, and I need to say that national parks need to be better neighbours. They need to be more cooperative with the people that they work with. When we were asking for testimonials for people to come forward to speak or for us to speak on behalf of, it surprised me that grown men were afraid to speak out or speak about the national parks. And I'm talking in particular about the commercial fishers. The commercial fishers didn't really want to say too much about their concerns about their interaction with the national parks because they were afraid of repercussions, and the others were neighbours, people who are part of the rural community that have neighbouring boundaries with national parks. And one of those examples is from Big Hill, where one of the families crossed the road from an off-leash dog walking area at Big Hill, and there are trails, bush trails, through the regional park. And one of the daughters was walking over to Big Hill, which they've been doing since they bought the property, and a national park ranger stood them up and threatened them with fines. When the young girl started to argue, the fines escalated to $3,000. And so that's pretty much the story that I get back from the rural community and the fishing community, that national parks aren't good neighbours, and there's some work to be done there.
Thank you. I'm also just interested when you, I loved hearing about the walks you arranged for Women's Week. I think that sounded fantastic. When you were mapping out those and planning those events, were you limited or unlimited in terms of picking those walks based on facilities? Like, were you able to go, yep, that's got, good access to toilets, or that's got, and how do you go when you're organising those kind of events?
So we left it very much up to the local clubs and their leaders to decide whether walks should be led, keeping in mind that we were targeting women who may be new to bushwalking. So the walks needed to be quite entry level and easy, accessible as well, not necessarily requiring a car to get to. So yeah, we had to take into consideration toilets and all those sorts of things. So I guess they weren't walking where we would usually walk, I suppose. I mean, some, especially in regional areas, they have less options because, the beautiful parks are further away. But they were really good in accommodating that, and we had just absolutely overwhelmingly good feedback from the participants, and I think it was like 98% of them said that they would,
do it again,
and do it again through a bushwalking club. So for a lot of those women, especially 267 of them, which was more than half, it was their first time bushwalking, and just a lot of them didn't know about bushwalking clubs. So that alone was their barrier into getting into those areas, was through the bushwalking clubs and having it facilitated to them. We sent out a survey post walk asking women what their barriers were into getting into bushwalking, and almost all of them said they didn't know where to go or who to walk with.
Wow.
So this event absolutely. Yeah.
Do you get any government funding or assistance to manage those kind of events, or?
So for this event, we got a grant from Women New South Wales. Minister Jodie Harrison came out on one of the walks with us, which was really great. This was the first of its kind for us. Outside of that, we don't get any government funding. We're 100% volunteer run, and our funding comes from our affiliate members, clubs, but that mostly goes to insurances. So yeah, with funding, we would absolutely be able to do so much more with that.
Will you likely do the women's one again in the following year, or
depending on funding and resources?
That's what I mean. You would have to apply each time to make that a possibility.
Yeah. So we had to apply for that grant. The grant was targeting specifically older women and women in regional areas.
Yeah.
So we got that and were able to do this statewide event. But obviously there's other demographics that we would love to target as well and get out into the bush.
We'd like to target younger people.
And I've got one question for the Birdo after.
Well,
not Birdo, I shouldn't say that for Mr.
I'm just going to throw to Mr.
Yep.
Barrett,
Sorry.
who's waiting patiently. We will go a little bit over time. Because this is good. Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, Chair. Very kind of you. I was going to come to you, Ms. Burke, but I think a lot of others have swum in this pool as well. We have seen quite an expansion of national parks, quite a rapid expansion over the last 5 years or so. I wonder what that has meant as far as trends for you, as far as access to national parks and ease of access to national parks, which you've all touched on in this discussion. Where are they headed over the last 5 years?
You start.
I'll start.
Yeah.
So with the trends and the visitation into national parks, like it's absolutely grown in the past 5 years, and we put that, and studies show that it comes mostly down to social media in advertising these areas. Sorry?
Sorry, can I just get you to what I was actually asking? Sorry if I wasn't clear, but what, as far as you're concerned, is access getting easier or harder? Are you able to access more or less places? Is the process easier or harder? How are those things trending?
Well, what I was getting at was because of overuse of these areas, so many of them are being closed because they're just being overrun and there's not enough infrastructure to support the amount of visitation. So they're just being closed, so they can't be accessed at all, even by experienced bushwalkers who can use the areas responsibly. So for us, the increase in visitation is resulting in less access to some of these places. Yeah,
I think from our perspective, we don't see much expansion in the national park estate, frankly. All the expansion is in the northwest in large properties. I'm still not been to the Sturt National Park. I'm going out to Broken Hill the week after next, so I'll get to Cobar and a few others, Mildawindi for instance. But locally on the coast, we don't see any expansion in the national park estate, frankly, and we see significantly increased visitation. A bit like Jesse, we run a lot of public events. I'm talking to the CWA this month, and my vice president is talking to another one this month. So we're doing a lot of walks for other organisations. Our membership for a number of years was static at about 120. In the last 2 years, it's grown to 160. So there's definitely requirement and need in the market for people to get involved in nature. But close to the population centres, we don't see an expansion in the estate at all, frankly. It might be there, but I don't see it.
Which is also adds to my point. If they are going to expand the national park estate to meet this growing demand, how much use is it to you to have this expansion happen at Angonia rather than closer to Sydney or around Wollongong somewhere?
Well, there's a conservation value in doing it at Angonia, which can't be met on the coast because the habitat's just so different. But if we can get any expansion to national park estates and increase in walking tracks or something in national parks that are close to our population centres, whether they be Sydney or whether they be regional, I think that's really important. Especially when currently in the fuel situation, people will drive 15 minutes or half an hour, but they don't want to drive 4 or 5 hours, right?
I think that's could I add to that point in that national parks have done quite a good job over the last 5 years in expanding some of the major walking tracks. So there's some iconic walks in the Snowy Mountains, for example, the Alpine tracks, and they've done some good work there. But there's lots of smaller tracks that aren't particularly well maintained, and that people, especially since the 2019-20 bushfires, they're overgrown and poorly maintained, and people can't get access to those areas. So expansion or not of national parks, there is work to be done there.
For sure.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate you playing on after the whistle. Thank you.
Can I just ask one question for Mr. Status?
Sure.
I know we're running out of time.
Yeah,
you touched on it with membership. I recently went to a place just near Sydney. I'm not from Sydney, but there were these 2 young guys, very young guys, and they told me, as an old woman, that birding, being a birdo, is the new trendy, super cool thing, and all these young guys that they were connected to, they showed me networks on social media, and I had no idea, but this is it's a
really big thing,
and it's coming, it's come back. This is the thing you do.
It's same as nature bathing and bushwalking, and getting out there and doing anything is really big now. If we run a public event, it gets oversubscribed.
Wow.
I just recently, the Cumberland group, who are based out in Western Sydney, they came down to the coast for a weekend. They have to limit their camp to 30 attendees, and then they have to run 2 of those camps back to back, and they just came to the Illawarra, to some of our state parks and recreation areas in the Illawarra. I showed them around for starters. They map it all out. They deal with the accessibility issues. They figure out where there's toilets and where there's not. So then they grade the walks accordingly and advise people. But they're capped. Right?
Yeah.
Their membership is growing all the time. They're at 360 or something. Canberra's the same, which of course mostly visit New South Wales. They get outside the ACT a lot. They're all the same. Hunter's at 400 members or something.
And can I just ask, in terms of that, in terms of bird populations, the health of our bird populations, how important is the protected area network for bird survival, bird population, and even bird recovery of species?
Absolutely essential. Absolutely essential. You know, we've got 10,000 species of birds in the world, about 800 in Australia. They've been on the planet about 300 times longer than Homo sapiens. For 50 million years, ravens were the smartest creature on the planet, and we've been here about 500,000 years. Frankly, in the long term, my money's on the ravens. So yeah, no, it's absolutely essential. A lot of them don't live anywhere else. You know, like if you're a beachstone curlew, you lay your eggs on the beach, nowhere else, right? If we lose if we lose the protection of where they nest, they're gone. 18% of Australian birds nest in tree hollows. 18%. That's almost 1 in 5. They won't nest anywhere else. They can't build a nest. Includes kookaburras and some surprising things like wood ducks. All our parrots. If we lose tree hollows, we lose all our parrots in one generation. Right? They don't nest. The adults live another 15 years. Phew, gone. No more. No more glossy black cockatoos. No more gangs. No more sulphur-crested cockatoos. Well, sulphur-crested maybe because they're here in Sydney, but they still won't nest. They're nesting in a tree hollow somewhere. They won't build a nest. So yeah, habitat's absolutely critical. Yep.
Well, thank you.
Can we call the report "My Money's on the Ravens"?
we may. They are clearly. Well, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate we've gone a little bit over time. I don't believe you took anything on notice, but I'm pretty sure we'll have some supplementary questions for you. Sue might want to ask you about ranking the different intelligence of birds. But the Secretariat will be in touch regarding that. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and that concludes our hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing us.